Mohon perhatiannya kepada seluruh peserta. Sebelum acara workshop kita mulai, saya akan membacakan beberapa poin penting dalam kegiatan kita pada pagi hingga siang hari ini. Para peserta yang mengikuti secara online, agar mematikan suara, mengkondisikan speakernya pada mode mute pada saat acara pembukaan, saat narasumber atau moderator berbicara. Dan panitia akan menonaktifkan secara sepihak suara-suara yang sekiranya mengganggu jalannya kegiatan workshop. Pada saat lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya diperdengarkan dan atau dinyanyikan, peserta workshop wajib berdiri tegak. Pada sesi tanya jawab khusus untuk peserta online, hanya peserta yang bertanya secara langsung yang boleh menyalakan suara atas seizin moderator. Peserta juga bisa bertanya dengan memencet tombol raise pertanyaan. Mohon sertai nama dan asal, kemudian moderator akan memilih dan membacakan pertanyaan saat sesi tanya jawab. Kanal tautan materi workshop, virtual background, dan home absensi untuk mendapatkan e-sertifikat akan panitia bagikan pada link 3. Harapkan jangan lupa untuk memfollow media sosial kami yang tertera di kolom chat yang sudah disediakan oleh panitia. Sekali lagi, jangan lupa untuk media sosial kami yang tertera di kolom chat yang sudah disediakan panitia. Terima kasih. Dapat kami informasikan, kegiatan workshop ini kegiatan workshop ini diselenggarakan oleh BPPSDM KP bersinergi dengan BRIN dan Afikar Plus. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pagi, salam sejahtera. Selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada para peserta, baik yang hadir secara daring maupun secara luring dalam acara workshop Strategy of Controlling the Latency Koi Herpes Virus, Biosecurity, Offspring Production and Vaccination. Workshop ini kan salah satu rangkaian kegiatan Smart Fisheries Research SFV UPT BRP BATPP 2023. Acara ini dilaksanakan secara daring dan luring dan juga disiarkan secara langsung dalam kanal YouTube Sahabat Air Tawar. Biarkan kayu menjadi abu, abunya putih bagaikan susu. Selamat datang Bapak dan Ibu, tetap semangat, janganlah lesu. Semangat. Terima kasih. Bapak dan Ibu yang berbahagia, mengawali kata mata bersama-sama mengaturkan puji syukur atas segala rahmat dan hidayah kan oleh Tuhan Maha Esa kepada kita semua. Hingga pada hari ini kita dapat berkumpul bersama-sama dalam acara workshop yang diselenggarakan dari tanggal 24 sampai 25 Oktober di instalasi Cijeruk, Bogor. Pada pagi hari ini telah bergabung bersama kita di ruang Zoom meeting Kepala Pusat Riset Veteriner yang kami hormati Pak Profesor Harimukti Nuraji. Selamat pagi Bapak.
Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum, salam kenal Bapak Ibu semuanya. Apakah kedengaran ya suara saya?
Terdengar cukup jelas Bapak.
Oh, baik.
Terima kasih Pak. Telah hadir pula di ruangan Aula Cijeruk kami Kepala Balai Riset Perikanan Budidaya dan Perikanan BRPBATPP yang kami hormati Ibu Dr. Sri Puji Sinarni Dewi. Yang kami hormati narasumber kita Bapak Profesor Sven Bergman dari Avicar Plus Jerman. Yang kami hormati para tamu undangan yang berbahagia. Yang kami hormati para peserta workshop yang bergabung baik secara luring maupun secara daring. Melati tumbuh di taman, jadi hiasan di hari pembukaan. Perkenalkan saya Rika Ayuni yang akan membacakan susunan acara pembukaan untuk Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. 1. Pembukaan acara. Kedua, menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Ketiga, sambutan oleh Kepala Pusat Riset Veteriner. Keempat, arahan dan sekaligus membuka secara resmi kegiatan workshop oleh Kepala BRPBATPP. Yang kelima, berfoto bersama. Untuk mendapatkan keberkahan dan memohon kesehatan serta kelancaran pelaksanaan acara hari ini, marilah bersama-sama kita berdoa menurut agama dan kepercayaan masing-masing. Berdoa dimulai. Berdoa selesai. Kita masuki acara selanjutnya, menyanyikan lagu Indonesia. Hadirin kami mohon untuk berdiri. Hadirin kami persilakan untuk duduk kembali. Sambutan yang akan disampaikan oleh Kepala Pusat Riset Veteriner yang akan disampaikan oleh Bapak Profesor Harimukti Nuraji. Kepada Bapak kami persilakan.
Terima kasih. Apakah terdengar ya suara saya?
Terdengar jelas,
Terdengar.
Pak.
Baik, terima kasih. Mohon izin sebelumnya Bapak Ibu yang ada di hadir offline ada Prof. Bergman, Prof. eh, Angela dan juga Ibu eh, Dr. Sri Puji. Mohon izin belum bisa hadir offline, tetapi saya hadir online di sini, Bapak Ibu. Baik, yang saya hormati tentu saja eh, yang hadir pada kesempatan kali ini Kepala BRP BATPP eh, Bu Raden Roro Sri Puji Senarni Dewi, kemudian juga narasumber kita yang saya hormati ada Prof. Bergman, kemudian juga Prof. Angela Mariana Lucia Stuti, kemudian yang saya hormati juga Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang hadir pada kesempatan kali ini, baik offline maupun online, kemudian yang saya hormati juga eh, partisipan pada kegiatan workshop yang sangat luar biasa pada pagi hari ini. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Pertama-tama marilah kita panjatkan puja dan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala yang telah memberikan nikmat yang sangat luar biasa buat kita semuanya. Sorry, Prof. Bukman, is that okay if I'm talking in bahasa? First of all, I will combine the Bahasa and also English, yeah. First of all, I would like to say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who already give us a lot of enjoyment, a lot of merciful to us. And second of all, I would like also thanks to uh, Ibu uh, Sri Puji yang sudah menyelenggarakan kegiatan yang sangat luar biasa sekali ini. And also would like to say thanks to the outstanding speakers today, Prof. Bergman, Sven Bergman, who will give us and also enlighten us with new knowledge regarding to um, the koi herpes virus and also how to control these diseases in Indonesia. And I would like also thanks to all the participants who join this workshop, either offline or also online. This is very useful and also informative workshops that will give new knowledge, skills, how to combat the koi herpes virus in Indonesia. I guess this is really a very great opportunity for us, particularly in Indonesia, where all these the diseases and also carp is also very important commodities in Indonesia, particularly in the aspect of fish disease control in Indonesia. Kemudian tak lupa juga saya sangat apresiasi terutama untuk kegiatan workshop ini yang telah diselenggarakan dengan sangat luar biasa, dan ini harapannya nanti ke depannya kita bisa kolaborasi kembali Ibu, terutama terkait dengan nanti bagaimana untuk kita mendiseminasikan dan juga menyelenggarakan kegiatan-kegiatan terutama terkait dengan diseminasi teknologi dan juga pengetahuan kepada pengguna terutama di bidang perikanan di Indonesia. Tentu saja kegiatan ini sangat bermanfaat buat kita semuanya, terutama untuk meningkatkan pengetahuan, dan kebetulan Prof. Sven Bergman adalah salah satu visiting profesor di Pusat Riset Veteriner, Organisasi Riset Kesehatan, Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional. Dan ini merupakan kesempatan yang sangat luar biasa, dan ini sudah berjalan kolaborasi ini. Kemarin sudah kita diskusikan dengan Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan, terutama terkait dengan aspek-aspek pengendalian penyakit, terutama penyakit koi herpes virus di Indonesia. Tentu saja kegiatan ini akan memberikan, harapannya akan memberikan dampak terutama bagaimana dalam kita untuk pengendalian penyakit koi herpes virus di Indonesia. Bapak, Ibu semuanya yang saya hormati, kegiatan ini eh, tentu saja akan berlangsung, harapannya tidak berhenti di dalam kegiatan untuk pagi hari ini, tetapi juga akan memberikan dampak di dalam peningkatan pengetahuan kita, keahlian kita untuk pengendalian penyakit koi herpes di Indonesia. Penyakit koi herpes virus ini memang sangat penting, terutama karena dengan yang dampak yang luar biasa yang diakibatkan oleh penyakit ini. Oleh karena itu, tentu saja workshop strategy for controlling the latency of koi herpes virus, terutama terkait dengan biosecurity, offspring protection, and vaccination, ini akan memberikan kesempatan buat kita semua di dalam peningkatan pemahaman kita terkait dengan bagaimana penyakit koi herpes virus itu, terutama untuk di aspek latensinya, kemudian bagaimana untuk penerapan kontrolnya, terutama penerapan biosecurity yang bagus, terutama untuk pencegahan pengendalian penyakit, dan tentu saja untuk bisa menghasilkan offspring atau turunan yang memang bebas dari koi herpes virus. Dan tak lupa juga sepertinya di dalam kegiatan ini akan di-cover terkait dengan vaksinasi penyakit koi herpes virus. Tentu saja, this workshop conducted under the collaborative of the Research Institute for Freshwater Aquaculture and Fisheries Extension yang terletak di Bogor, dan juga dari kami, Ibu, mohon izin dari the Research Center for Veterinary Science atau Pusat Riset Veteriner di Organisasi Riset Kesehatan, Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional. Tentu saja kegiatan ini bertujuan untuk memberikan pengetahuan dan juga untuk memberikan wawasan kita terhadap sesuatu yang baru dari aspek biosecurity-nya, dari aspek penyakitnya, maupun dari aspek vaksinasinya. Dan ini tentu saja alhamdulillah kita bisa berkolaborasi baik dari Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan dan kami dari Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional untuk bisa bekerja bersama-sama untuk menghasilkan bibit-bibit carp atau bibit-bibit ikan emas yang memang bebas dari koi herpes virus. Harapannya, the benefit of this workshop ini memberikan pioner buat kita di Indonesia, terutama untuk upaya dalam pencegahan penyakit pada ikan emas, dan terutama di dalam penerapan biosecurity di breeding dan biosecurity di lingkungan di perikanan di Indonesia. Tentu saja tak lupa Bapak Ibu semuanya, ini kesempatan yang langka dan sangat luar biasa untuk kita semua untuk mendengarkan pengetahuan dan juga informasi yang terbaru terkait penyakit dan juga penerapan biosecurity dan vaksinasi. Dan tentu saja mohon izin Ibu Sri Puji bahwasanya harapannya ini tidak berhenti di sini saja, tetapi kita bisa melanjutkan untuk berkolaborasi untuk melakukan kegiatan-kegiatan yang tentu saja bisa bermanfaat buat aspek untuk perikanan di Indonesia. Sekali lagi saya ucapkan terima kasih. Thank you so much, Prof. Swen, Bu Dr. Sri Puji, Prof. Angela Mariana Lucia Stuti, dan tim-tim yang sudah menyelenggarakan kegiatan workshop ini secara luar biasa. Harapannya workshop ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar dan memberikan dampak yang sangat luar biasa buat peningkatan produktivitas dan pencegahan serta kontrol penyakit di perikanan di Indonesia. So last but not least, I would like to say thanks to everyone who joined online, offline, and also for the our narasumber ya, our speakers, Prof. Sven Bergman, Prof. Angela Mariana Luciastuti, dan juga Ibu Sri Puji, dan juga all the participants who join offline or online. Hopefully this workshop will run smoothly and give us a lot of improvement, knowledge, and also skills to control the diseases in Indonesia, and also to improve the productivity of the fish in Indonesia. Baik, mungkin itu saja yang bisa saya sampaikan. Sekali lagi saya ucapkan terima kasih. Kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Bapak Prof. Harimurti Nuraji, Kepala Pusat Riset Veteriner. Kita masuki acara selanjutnya, arahan dan sekaligus membuka kegiatan workshop yang akan disampaikan oleh Kepala BRPBA-TPP yang kami hormati, Ibu Dr. Sri Puji Sinarni Dewi. Kami persilakan.
Baik, terima kasih Mbak Rika. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Yang saya hormati Profesor Harimurti Nuraji, Kepala Pusat Riset Veteriner dari Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional. Yang saya hormati Profesor Sven Bergman from Aficare Germany. Yang saya hormati Profesor Angela Mariana Lucia Astuti, peneliti senior. Ini adalah peneliti senior kita bersama ya, rekan-rekan semua dari Pusat Riset Veteriner. Bapak Ibu peserta workshop, baik dosen, instruktur, teknisi, penyuluh, taruna, maupun mahasiswa yang hadir baik secara daring maupun luring, serta hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia. Puji syukur marilah kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Atas berkat dan rahmatnya kita masih diberikan kesehatan sehingga dapat menghadiri workshop Strategy of Controlling the Latency Koi Herpes Virus. Bapak Ibu sekalian, ikan mas merupakan salah satu komoditas air tawar yang banyak dikembangkan Indonesia. Pada era tahun 1990-an, ikan mas ini menjadi komoditas ikan air tawar primadona. Bahkan 50% produksi ikan air tawar nasional itu didominasi oleh ikan mas. Namun pada tahun 2002 ini timbul wabah penyakit yang disebabkan oleh virus yang kita kenal dengan virus KHV atau Koi Herpes Virus. Dari tahun 2002 kemudian terjadi outbreak atau kejadian luar biasa di mana terjadi guncangan yang hebat, produksi ikan mas kita menurun sangat tajam. Dari kasus masuknya virus KHV ke Indonesia, ini menjadi pelajaran yang sangat berharga dan pelajaran yang sangat mahal ya. Bagaimana kita produksi budidaya kita hancur pada saat itu di era sekitar 2004. Nah, karena itu dari kejadian ini Indonesia menerapkan banyak aturan untuk memperketat terutama pergerakan ikan untuk mencoba mengendalikan, kemudian juga bagaimana mencegah serta mengendalikan ketika terjadi sebaran penyakit. Untuk mengatasi serangan KHV ini berbagai upaya telah dilakukan untuk mengatasi kerugian yang lebih besar. Di antaranya melalui penggunaan strain ikan mas unggul yang tahan KHV. Jadi mungkin dulu kita pernah mengenal ada ikan mas mustika yang memang sengaja dirakit untuk mencari atau untuk membuat strain ikan yang memang dia membawa gen yang tahan terhadap KHV. Kemudian juga dikembangkan penggunaan herbal sebagai imunostimulan ya untuk meningkatkan daya tahan tubuh. Kemudian juga digunakan probiotik. Jadi berbagai upaya dilakukan untuk mengatasi KHV ini. Dari 2002 sampai dengan saat ini berarti kita sudah sekitar 20 tahun lebih Bagaimana saat ini status budidaya ikan mas di Indonesia? Saat ini memang tidak lagi sebesar dulu ya tahun era 90-an, tapi pergerakan budidaya ikan mas ini mulai menggeliat. Pertanyaannya, bagaimana dengan KHV-nya? Apakah masih ada? Apakah masih berbahaya? Nah, untuk menjawab pertanyaan-pertanyaan itu, pada hari ini kami mengundang Profesor Sven Beckmann dari Aviker Jerman dan juga para peneliti dari Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional dalam workshop yang bertemakan strategi pengendalian bahaya laten KHV melalui penerapan biosecurity dan produksi benih ikan mas bebas KHV melalui vaksinasi. Ucapan terima kasih kami sampaikan kepada Pusat Riset Veteriner dari BRIN yang telah mengundang dan menghadirkan Profesor Sven Beckmann pada workshop kali ini. And I would like to thank to Professor Sven Beckmann from Aficare who is present with us today and has provided us with a lot of knowledge regarding the importance of implementing biosecurity in offspring production and also for his willingness to be a resource person at this workshop. Professor Sven, I hope you can enjoy your working visit while in Indonesia. And hopefully in the future you will still be willing to provide knowledge for us. Thank you, Professor Swen. Baik, saudara-saudara sekalian, terima kasih. Mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, kami buka workshop strategi of trolling the latency koi reverse virus. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, selalu melindungi dan melimpahkan rahmat serta hidayahnya kepada kita semua. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih ucapkan kepada Ibu Kepala BRPBATPP, Ibu Sri Puji Sri Dewi. Dapat kami informasikan, Bu, bahwa peserta yang hadir secara daring sudah berjumlah 112 orang, Bu. Berjumlah 112 orang, semoga nanti akan bertambah lagi karena materi yang akan diberikan oleh narasumber akan sangat menarik sekali. Baik, kami sebelum kita akhiri acara kegiatan pembukaan ini, alangkah baiknya kita untuk berfoto bersama dulu. Kita utamakan untuk secara daring karena kebetulan Bapak Profesor mohon maaf, Bapak Profesor Hari Mukti masih ada. Mohon panitia untuk dapat mendokumentasikan.
Masih.
Kami mengundang Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat berfoto bersama. Kami mohon kesediaannya untuk dapat mengaktifkan video agar wajah cantik dan gantengnya dapat kami abadikan. Kami mohon panitia untuk dapat menangkap layar dan dapat mendokumentasikan. Kami sekali lagi kami mohon untuk dapat mengaktifkan video. Bapak dan Ibu, kami mohon untuk dapat mengaktifkan video. Bagaimana panitia? Sudah mengaktifkan video? Baik, ada 5 sesi tangkapan. Kita hitung. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, belum, baik. Untuk dapat membuka videonya Bapak dan agar wajah cantik dan gantengnya dapat kami lihat. Bagaimana Bapak Pantia? Yang ketiga, baik. Masih ada 2 tangkapan layar lagi. Cukup? 1 kali lagi. Masih kurang. 1 kali lagi. Ya, untuk Bapak dan Ibu yang mengikuti secara luring, kita dapat foto bersama di depan aula. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Kepala Pusat Riset Veteriner, Bapak Profesor Harimurti Nuraji, yang sudah bergabung mengikuti kegiatan ini via Zoom meeting. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih banyak Bapak, semoga sehat selalu. Untuk
Terima kasih
para peserta yang
Bapak Ibu semuanya.
terima kasih Bapak.
Terima kasih Prof. Harimurti.
Terima kasih
Kepada peserta
Ibu.
yang
Ini.
mengikuti secara luring, kami mohon untuk dapat berada di luar aula, kita akan berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. Sekali lagi, Mas Adit bisa diarahkan teman-teman untuk dapat berfoto bersama di depan aula. Untuk para peserta yang mengikuti secara daring, kami akan break sejenak. Kita akan kembali lagi pada pukul 10. Oh, langsung ya Bu ya, baik. Kita akan break sebentar saja 5 menit. Kami akan berfoto bersama dulu di sini bersama dengan narasumber. Lalu nanti akan kita lanjutkan kegiatan workshop. Kami mohon untuk panitia dapat membantu mengangkat kursi dan kemudian dapat menata teman-teman yang akan berfoto bersama. Terima kasih. Kita bagi. Ayo Bapak dan Ibu kita foto bersama. Ayo, yuk. Eh, ayo. Satu lagi, yuk. Ayo, ayo. Lagi angkat kursi. S12. Sehat. S12. Bapak dan Ibu, peserta yang mengikuti secara daring, apakah suara saya terdengar jelas? Jelas ya, oke. Pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Tes 1, 2. Bagaimana panitia? Apakah bisa kita mulai acaranya? Mas Adit? Kipas angin. Oke, Tia, bagaimana? Sudah bisa dimulai kegiatan acaranya? Baik. Bapak dan Ibu, para peserta workshop yang mengikuti kegiatan ini secara daring ataupun secara luring, akan kita masuki ayat selanjutnya, yaitu paparan narasumber. Semoga kita bisa menggali lebih banyak lagi materi-materi yang akan disampaikan oleh paparan narasumber, dan silakan nanti bertanya dengan tata tertib yang sudah saya sampaikan di awal tadi. Baik, kegiatan ini akan dimoderatori oleh Mbak Cantik, yaitu Mbak Christine Resmi Setiani yang merupakan penyuluh perikanan muda BRPB ATPP Bogor. Baik, waktu dan tempat kami persilakan kepada Mbak Christine.
Good morning. So good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure for me to be a moderator for this workshop for today and tomorrow. My name is Christina Setiani, and on behalf of the organizers, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all the participants who are joining us here and virtually. Not to mention our great speaker. Welcome to you, Professor Sven Bergman. Thank you very much for being here. So it's as it states in the agenda, the first session will be a discussion on biosecurity applied to a hatchery. Professor Bergman, you will have 2 hours to present and to deliver your presentation. And after that, we will have a session. But for all the participants who is willing to ask questions anytime, you can raise your hand directly, or you can put your question on the comment section. So Professor Bergman will also direct answer your question. Feel free to ask your question anytime. Thank you.
I hope it's open. No? Yeah. Thank you very, very much that I have the opportunity to be your guest. Yeah, to be in this wonderful area in Giesrook. That is fantastic to me. I always avoid to make the advice. I'm here to attend. I'm here to assist. I'm here to be at this wonderful stuff. Very skilled, I have to say. And I thank you, Terima kasih, that I have the opportunity to be here.
Professor, excuse me. You can put your mic closer, a bit closer.
Closer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Or speak louder. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Colleagues, it's very nice to be here, and I would like to speak about the biosecurity which can be applied to hatcheries. It was here to really nice opportunity to look for different ways how to produce KHV free carp, especially here in Giesrook, which is a place where we could do this in cooperation with your institution and with BRIN. And of course, I'm the professor of fish diseases in Hong Kong at the City University, and as well working with a company in Germany, which are in my back. This is the title. I will try to get this done. Yes, short to my professional CV. I studied veterinary medicine at the University of Leipzig, where I also got the certification for the tropical veterinary medicine. Then, after the study, I joined the Höfler Institute, the first virology institute in the world, where I started. It's a bit funny for you, I know, where I started to be a part of the virus infection of swine, where I was doing some vaccines for parvovirosis in pigs. Then I have done my PhD in the Marix disease virus, which is an oncogenic herpes virus in poultry, also very important in Indonesia, also at the University of Leipzig. And then after the reunion in Germany, I became fish. I've done some work in fish before, but then I had to do the work as a virologist, immunologist, serologist, and molecular biologist, including diagnostics. Then I became the head of the reference laboratory for mollusk diseases in Germany, and as well as for the crustacean diseases, where I've done mainly virology and parasitology. I finished all this. I went as a postdoc to the EU Community Reference Laboratory in France, in La Tremblade, where they have the mollusks as the main target. After this, I did my second. I did my. Oh yeah, my. No, that was the wrong direction. Sorry. I did a second postdoc in Aarhus, in Denmark, in the EU Reference Laboratory for fish diseases, where I also implemented molecular techniques for the diagnostics in fish disease. Then I became a certified veterinary specialist for aquaculture. What does mean? Fish, mollusks, crustacean, reptiles, and amphibia. So that was my second doctor, actually. Then I became habilitated at the university in Poland, in Szczecin, where I got my third doctor, which was the habilitation. So it is the highest degree you can have in Europe. So this, and out of this, I became a adjunct professor at the City University of Hong Kong. And as you can see here, I have done a lot of lectures and seminars, actually all over the world, including Germany at different universities, only some examples where I was working for. Coming back to the main target today, to the biosecurity, I would like to start with definitions. I mean, this may be boring, but we have to come to a certain level that we understand what I'm talking about. The second is I would like to talk about the level of biosecurity at different levels we can have. The biosecurity in the hatchery, and then biosecurity in detail. And as a detail, I have included the experiences I have made here in Gizo, which was very nice. Thank you very much for this. Wrong way, sorry. Start with the definitions. There are also a lot of definitions in terms of biosecurity, biorisk, and so on. Therefore, I would like to say in general, when we're talking about biosecurity, these are procedures or measures designed to protect the population, in our case, mainly the hatchery, against harmful biological, biochemical, or other substances or impacts. This is a very nice definition, covers everything actually. When we go further on,
Professor, I apologize. Could you please to make it a bit slower so we can understand it better? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
Not your fault.
Yeah, when I'm talking in a foreign language, I'm starting to get faster and faster and faster. Please remind me as often as you need.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. In fish farming, we have the biosecurity for encompass all measures which are designed to prevent diseases from the occurring and from the spreading by isolating as much as possible, of course, the animal farm population from external contamination and risks. This does mean that when we have a biosecure farm, then we have to take care that nothing is coming from outside. Yeah, we may be clean, but we may be infected, which is unknown. But nevertheless, we have to take care that nothing is coming from outside in. And when we're talking about the hatchery, which is actually the most important part of a farm, without the hatchery, or you buy all the fish, that's also possible. But with the hatchery, you have the highest security you can have in the farm. And this is to establish and implement a system of procedures to prevent the introduction of pathogens. Pathogens, I mean viruses, bacteria, parasites, but also chemicals, but also other possibility things into the fish hatchery from outside. Again, from outside, but outside in terms of hatchery, that also means from the pond around the hatchery. From outside the facility or into a section of the hatchery from another section of the same hatchery. Of course, that's why we try to define always hygienic units. Yeah, to be sure if one unit is going down for whatever reason, this unit can be separated from the others and is not harming the other ones. This is the biosecurity for hatchery over the biosecurity of the hatchery. Coming to the second point, which I would like to call levels of biosecurity. There we have first the location of the farm. When we see Gijeruk here, it's fantastic. It's in a valley, there's a river, there's a spring, there's skilled people, there are nice fish, fantastic, wonderful. And this is the external environment. We're talking about water, sediment, the wildlife, industry and agriculture, and of course, population, which is here also present. When we want to prescribe the guidelines for the biosecurity, so we have always having in the back mind that we have contents like animals, water supply, persons, most important, movements by persons, by fish, by cars, by lorries, and of course we have the ponds. In this case, very nice concrete ponds. I've seen farms, they only had earth ponds, which was very difficult to treat, very difficult to do. And of course, I was already talking about hygienic units, which we have to really strictly to data mine, which is the hatchery, where we store the parents, where we store the offspring, where we keep the offspring, and in which ponds we do this best comparing to the fish welfare. When we talk about hygienic regimes inside the hatchery, so my main point was always the disinfection of the plant or the farm, the disinfection with and the personal itself, and the movement inside the farm, which is really nice to see here as well, that there are restrictions if they're not building the pond new as they do recently. And I was discussing this very often with the colleagues from the other department that will have animal welfare. I mean, this is obviously new, as it was 5 years ago, new to me. I said, okay, we don't need this because we need a healthy fish. This can be produce healthy food for human. But nevertheless, it is according to OIE or to EU or to other organizations, even the Pacific Welfare Organization for Fish is taking this also into account. Then we have to search for the best conditions. We have to prepare the best conditions by, for instance, temperature, water constitution, and also oxygen. That means it's pH, that's salinity, this is turbidity, and whatever you can think to make the environment as best for the fish as you can. And of course, the keeping conditions in a big frame, like you can see here in Chisuk, which is very fine. And also, this is what I'm trying to refer, the well-being of the fish and the well-behaving of the fish and the human. I mean, well-behaving of the fish, it's a bit tricky, but well-behaving of the human is very important. For the fish, you know, when the fish is feeling well, the fish is feeling nice, the fish is feeling that is best conditions for the fish itself, then they're growing better. I mean, they can't talk, they can't spring, they can't read, but you see the reaction of the fish, how they can react to those conditions. Starting with the location of the farm, I've used the FAO guidelines for the biosecurity because they're more strict than the guidelines from the OIE. So it's better to have more implemented than less. When we go for the water supply, we can have everywhere in the world channels, rivers, creek, reservoirs, lake, spring, rainfall off. We have in Germany, we have a lot of ponds. We call them ghost ponds because they get only the water from the rain. We are lucky here. We have a river and we have a spring, which we can use. And normally the water supply here is quite nice. Of course, we have to talk about the water quality, which should be normally checked at least once a week. Once a week does mean that we go for physical parameters, which is the temperature, of course, the color, the turbidity, the transparency, and also, of course, different other things. Mainly also the movement in the pond, how we can establish a very good movement from the inlet to the outlet. Then we see the behavior of the fish. Then we see if we have done it in a good way. The second one I would like to mention are the chemical points of the water. Of course, I've mentioned before, this is pH, oxygen, then the free carbonic dioxides. I mean, this is very nice here. I've never seen that soft water before because I always have to deal with hard water. This means the content of the carbonic salts are very high normally. Here is very, very, very weak. So it's fantastic for the fish. And also we have to talk of the alkalinity, which is also nice here. It's pH around 6, a little bit higher. So the conditions for the fish are really, really good. And of course, we don't have, but sometimes when you have someone working in the agriculture, they are fertilizing the area where he wants to have some, or they have some rice here, then of course there's a possibility that those things are running into the river, and when they are running into the river, they maybe occur here in the ponds. Of course, we were talking this today. Is very fantastic. You always have summer. That's amazing. You know, we have in Europe, we have summer, winter, spring. Recently, we have autumn, 3 degrees in the morning, 3 degrees in the night, and 6 or 7 degrees over the day. So it's quite cold. Nevertheless, we have to talk about the temperature in the air, in the water, which does fit to the fish behavior. Then we have to know the average rainfalls. I mean, we are here now in the drying season. The rain season will come soon. Then we have hardly wind. And this is also not provoking the evaporation very a lot. So the conditions are actually perfect. Then we also go for the hydrobiological things, which is the water discharge, the yield of the water. Do we have floods? There may be floods coming from the mountain when there's heavy rainfalls. Then if we have the floods and the water elevation, then we use the same water resources, but they are maybe changed due to the rainfall, due to the flood. We have to look for also, in your case, it's fantastic because you have considered the soil from the grain size, stability, earthquakes, engineering rule, etc., is hardly influencing your production here. And sorry, we have to talk about the land. And I was talking about the waste to Adit some days before, that we have waste from plants, waste from storms, waste from the vegetation. And of course, I haven't included waste from the human and waste from the fish, which is most important. Coming over from the ecological factors to the biological factors, which is also very, very important, which, sorry, no, sorry, wrong direction, which species are cultured. Here we have a kind of polyculture, but mainly siblings, which is, tolerance. I can't pronounce this one, Totambra and common carp, which is reflecting that the farm is using the warm water with the cyprinid fish for keeping, for breeding, for replication. We have to take care of the resources and availability of the stocking materials, sorry, which are spawners, fry, fingerlings, but also fish to sell to the patient of the project or the plant. This is from my experience here, is a middle-sized farm. So that is compared to German farms, big. Yeah, but for Indonesian conditions, is a middle-sized farm where we have not small and not large, but middle-sized. This is state of the culture, has to be adopted. In your case, you have open ponds, you have hatcheries, and you use this as integrated, but you also can have very extensive, mainly for ecological use, semi-extensive. It's only a question of the amount of fish meat in the pond, cubic meter. If you have an intensive aquaculture or culture it's around 21 kilogram to 30 to 36 kilogram of fish, depending on the species. in the water. For instance, tilapia you can use with this, carp you can use with this, but you have to be more careful with sorry, salmonids. We can have an eco-friendly and ecological hatchery, which is having a lot of additional tasks you have to do before you can call this. And this is also when you do an eco-friendly or ecological, then you have always to have an extensive aquaculture. Does mean the concentration of the fish in the pond is very reduced. So it's a question of the farmer afterwards, how he can sell the fish to higher prices, yeah, because they are under special conditions. Of course, the operation methods are included in the biological, which is if you have a monoculture, a polyculture, and integrated with a combination of this, or I've seen you have some aquaponic down here, very little with some tomatoes, some plants coming from the pond directly in and going back to the pond. This you can increase intensively, so you can use actually the fish waste from the pond for the plants, because this is really nice to use. I've done this in different countries of the world and it's working. What is your target of the production? In our case, it was the carp. I've seen that you have a lot of other fish, you're doing the same, and which I was not able, even not by Google Earth or Google Maps, I couldn't they are now they are lower than to loss 50% of the species.
Tanya dalam bahasa Indonesia, nanti saya bantu jelaskan ke Profesor. Silakan.
Yeah, I'm back on the screen. Sorry. I will go through. There was the last. What? Of course, we also have, when we talk about the biosecurity in the farm, we have an economic or social factor, which is mean, of course, to me, all the time, the main target in this are the people, are the persons working in the farm, are the persons having the skill to run the farm. Nevertheless, we have also to take into account that we have to develop the plants or the farm in this case for the project area. How can this farm influence the neighbors around? Very important factor. Then, of course, this is the ownership and the land regulation rights. I have done a very big workshop in Nicaragua where I had to study all the laws. Fortunately, I don't have to do this here in Indonesia because my Bahasa is very restricted to some words. Of course, we have to talk of the proximity of all weather road connections, which is, I have to say, coming from Bogor to here, quite nice. Sometimes a bit small, sometimes a lot of turnings, but nevertheless, it's nice. You have to take care. You have to take care of all the small motorbikes. They are coming very near. Okay, the availability of electricity, telephone, radio, unit power costs. I mean, you're strong connected to the village, and therefore it's not a problem over here. The availability of the equipment, service, and of course the local market. I have no idea how your connection is to the local market to sell fish or to provide fish for the human consumption. And of course, all the materials, the building, the drugs, the chemicals you use for the farm to hold the status of the farm, the transportation, and as I've told, the most important to me is the staff, that they have experience, they know how to manage a pond, they are skilled, they are semi-skilled, they come from other professions into the farm, maybe a plumber, maybe a electrician, and of course, you always need unskilled workers. There are a lot of things to do in a farm which are using a lot of time. They're very strange. They are very hard to work with, but it's necessary. It doesn't matter that those people are under the road. Coming to the third point, I've called it biosecurity of a hatchery. And of course, there we have to go from up to down again. We have to talk about the area management and the room management, the animal management, the pathogen management, the people management, and then I will go over to the hatchery we have tried to establish over here. Going to the area management, this is an ideal position which is implemented by FAO. They said, if you do like this, then you are safe. That does mean that, of course, a fence, you have a gate, you have the guardian at the gate, you have the service, you have actually should have it's called this a disinfection tub for cars and lorries, which is not happening, but I'm sure it will install in the second gate. You have actually, when especially in the hatcheries, you have a disinfection mat for persons, yeah, with the shoes coming in. You have to be aware when you want to induce this area here, this fish circus, then it's necessary that they disinfect things. Afterwards, they bring all the bad things here in, and this is very easy distributed to the farm. And this is what I'm, when you get new fish with a lorry, by lorry, into the ponds, I know you do it yourself, but in a lot of farms, they have to have a special place for car disinfection, which is where the water is not meeting the river afterwards. Yeah, it is very important that the water is not reaching the river afterwards. And always entrance control. You have fantastic entrance control here with the guardian. They do much more than they should do, or they can do, but they do. To them, this, I call it an ideal overview. This was my proposal I have done before I came to Indonesia. We should try. I can't see. Oh, thank you. This is the overview over all 3 rooms I have recommended to use. Well, we have, as you can see here, windows outside, so light everywhere. This, to my experience, is very important to have light everywhere when you have a hatchery. Then you have 3 rooms. 1 room is a rough room. 1 room is starting to be a high biosecurity room, and the 3rd room is the highest biosecurity you can have. I have tried here to implement the situation we found here in Giesrup. What is that we go in 1 door, then we go in, you know, the black is the person in black going in, going inside the room, going in here, having the service over here, and with the service, they start to be white. That means they have let all the bad things, the pathogens outside, and now they start to be white. Going in the 2nd room, doing the work, open the door, close the door, very important to close the door. Going into the 3rd room, which is the highest biosecurity in case it was that we have the fish outside all the time. The fish outside as a black animal, and we have to get it as black, and then we try as much as possible to get the fish white. This was our purpose we could do, and you see this is really ideal. We have here 2 rooms, very nice prepared, new restored, so we could use it in a very fast and quick way. And we decided together with Wang Yu that we do the first room, the backside outside. There was fantastic working because all people agreed with this, and all people was working like were working like this. That was a bad English. Going. Uh-oh. It's okay. Stocks again. Okay, room one. Room one was looking a little bit naked before, and I proposed to go in the room. The black is the black. Then to get clothes and shoes new. And with this, normally you should go here first, do the disinfection of the hands, then go back here, take the shoes and the overall or the laboratory coat or whatever you would want to have. And then you do actually the way changing the clothes, taking others you want to take inside, and looking for the charcoal filter. In our case here, we know that we have the charcoal filter inside the room 2, and which is actually provided as room 3 in this presentation here. When we have done all this with the disinfection, with the shoes disinfection, changing the clothes, having disinfected the hand, then we go into the next room. What I was trying to have the water treatment outside of the hatchery to be sure that we don't get water which is infected inside the hatchery, but we know that we have only using spring water. And when we're using spring water, so to my experience, we have to fight against the CO2, and that's it. Normally, the bacteria inside, as well as the other ingredients in the water, if they're not poisoned by the industry or by the rural areas, they're quite nice. So we can use it going into room 2. There I wanted to have the water treatment over here, going in again with hand disinfection, again with pumps and with disinfected water and tank for disinfection. In each of the room, we should have at least one vessel where we can put all things we touch with the hand without gloves to put in to get disinfected. So next time we take it out, it's disinfected and we don't have any contamination on it. This is very important to me. Then we also have a storage corner. In this case, we have it now in room 1, but we should have it in room 2. What we could do, and the highest security, of course, ideal. It's not taking the reality, but it's ideal that we have, if we wish, sugar glasses, hatching jars, incubators, which is the hatching area, and then the tanks with maybe the floating jars, which is also the same as the sugar glasses or the incubators, which we also could use when the fish were hatched, eating the yolk sac for the next, before we start to feed them. Again, we need a lot of buckets there, and one bucket was for mixing. And the water flow, as you can see, is going in here, and from here is distributed to all over. So normally I was thinking about a recirculation system. We had to adapt this, of course, to the system we have here, which is a static water treatment, and it was very good working. No. Yeah. The thing was that we have a door here and a door here, and we could deliver the fish, if necessary, over this door out. What we have to take into account is that we have in a normal hatchery, we have all in all out. We have to take care of the fertilized eggs. Are they coming from a controlled area? Are they coming from a controlled farm? Are they coming from a safe farm, which is certified to be safe? In Europe, or in the EU, sorry, you need to have a certification for this. And new established farms shall opt fish or offspring or parents from category 1. Category 1 does mean under EU rules that they are free of the notifiable diseases. In carp, this does mean by OIE or by EU, KHV used to be, KHVD, sorry, free from coherpes virus disease, free from infectious pancreas necrosis virus, and free from spring viremia of carp virus. These were the restrictions by EU and also by OIE. We have to check normally the health examine, or we have to examine the parents' generation. Is this the SPF? It's not meeting the reality. So we have to take this what is there. Is there testing for diseases? Treatments like vaccination. So far, as I got as information from here, it's not. Is there any disease susceptible selection? I have, for instance, the experience when we do the breeding selection for diseases and give them out afterwards to the water, then those fish in most of the cases are more selected before. So we have done this on VHSV, viral septicemia, in rainbow trout. We have done this over 10 years, breeding, keeping, and then we set them out. And they were nice susceptible or nice unsusceptible for the viral disease, but they were wonderful susceptible for all the bacterial diseases. So we have to find a way this to exclude. If we know the genetic lineage of the fish, we were talking about this when we have the, I got the call from Moshe Kotler in Israel. He said, I will send now the KHV vaccine to Indonesia. Ask him, you know the water temperature? No. You know the genetic lineage of the fish? No. What do you want to do? I want to sell. Yeah. This was what was really happened. Of course, on the sheet is written the water temperature during the immunization phase has to be not above 25 degrees. What was done? They took the fish, put in basins, in concrete basins, put ice on it to decrease the water temperature. And then they have done the immersion. And after immersion, they were waiting, I think, 1 hour. Then they set the fish back to the normal temperatures. What's happened? Of course, it can't work. Is the changes of the temperature to the fish, Fida will know, is a lot of stress to the fish. And then the fish has to cope with the stress and not with a vaccine. And when they are not able to do this, then they start to die, which is also normal. But this we have to take into account, and that's why I'm happy to be here, see the conditions, feel the water, know the skills of the people in combination with the fish keeping. Is there a quarantine necessary? I always would recommend to in quarantine when the fish is coming from outside. You have a special pond, as you have done with the Artemia. I've seen there was a very, very nice quarantine, because very often you have to use, for instance, for the fish, wild animals for the first step of the growth. You have to have Artemia, you have to have Daphnia. These are, in most of the cases, not, these are self-produced, but the parents coming from outside, which is dangerous in some ways.
Professor,
And of course, I
Professor,
was discussing this with a lot of colleagues here, that we have good keeping conditions, and except sometimes the algae development in the ponds, you have it here. Do we have good conditions for the eggs? Do we have good conditions for the hatch channels, sugar glasses, or towers, etc.? You here have sugar glasses and Kaban, which is quite nice, a new model to me. But I saw it was working very good, and the opportunities we broke to control here. What we have to control as well is that normally you should twice daily control the eggs, for dead eggs, for fungi, bacteria, algae. In Europe, when they have used sugar glasses or even hatch channels, they go in and take out the white eggs. I have seen that some of the aquaria where the eggs were laying, we saw swimming around the water, a lot of white eggs covered by fungi. And this is a danger actually for the other eggs, so you should try to avoid this. We have avoided this in relation with Wang Yu, that we have included. So where we have done this, there was no fungi. There was no fungi. Even the egg was dead, which was a good sign that we were on a good way in this. And after the hatch, we can put it in the sugar glass or in the channels. Sugar glass we have done this with the kakaban in the fiber tanks and with aeration. It's very important. But at the start, we had some problems with the power of the aeration. Normally, when there are eggs, they should be very weak, because the eggs don't like to be moved. And when the eggs are too strong, moved inside, so they may not develop the fish inside the egg. And the feeding. The feedings, I mean, I know that we have done algae, we have done artemia, we have done the other crustacean inside the hatchery, so that was always safe. But the problem was how we can be sure that from the wild animals, animals used for feed, that there's no pathogen. We could, when we do what we have done with the fish, then we kill all, and this doesn't help us because the fish only live material. I have seen from Wang Yu, there's another possibility using smaller pellets. The fish start to eat, but there is a deficiency, or sorry, there's a decrease of growth when we use this in the start. So we use live food in the start is much better than we use the other one. But if we don't have it, we have to take the other way around.
Professor,
And of course, when we change the food slowly and carefully, feeding the pellets, control the water temperature. This is done from time to time. Here, we estimate the behavior of the fish in all ages. Yes.
Professor, apologies from the organizers' observation. It looks we will get a better understanding if I translate like 2 sentences of your explanation so we can understand it better. Is it
Yes.
okay with you?
Yes, of course. There was the agreement from the start. I asked
Yeah,
if
sure.
this has happened, because this is really heavy material, I know. Okay, I start from here. Of course, you have slowly and carefully to change the food from the live food to the pellets, yeah, to addicted actually the fish from the live food to the pellets over flour or whatever they want to do.
Ya, jadi kita perlahan-lahan mengganti pakannya dari makanan hidup seperti artemia, krustasea, dan yang lain-lain ke makanan yang selanjutnya seperti pelet.
What we have to do then, when we try to change all this, we have to estimate the fish behavior, starting from the larvae to the adults. This you can do very nice in the hatchery A when you have a lot of light. Then you see if the fish was feeding or not, or was eating or not.
Nah, jadi yang perlu diperhatikan di sini adalah di hatchery sini apakah larvanya itu memakan pakannya atau tidak.
What we have tried to implement here is that we have discontinuously disinfection, which we can do ad hoc in the water, in the fish, and in the personal. We have tried to do this. There is voluntary for the fish, voluntary for the water, but it's necessary for the personal. Yeah, to avoid that the persons are bringing pathogens on the hands, on the clothes, into the hatchery.
Untuk menghindari bakteri patogen menginfeksi larva ini, maka kita harus disinfeksi personal atau tubuhnya dari para pekerja.
We have done here now is that, of course, we want to know if our treatment is successful. So we sampled the fish, but we also sampled the water, we sampled the Artemia, we sampled the Daphnia, we sampled the feet, and this is now under construction that we wait for the results for the PCR.
Tapi kita harus juga menunggu PCR, apakah itu kita bisa mengganti dengan Daphnia atau Artemia.
Coming to the most, to me, interesting, but to the most difficult part. This is the so-called pathogen management.
Pengelolaan bakteri patogen.
There's no problems, there's no project when the population is healthy. Then we start collection, which can be lethal, but also non-lethal.
Excuse me?
We can start the sample collection, lethal or non-lethal.
Ya, kita bisa memulai dari sampel collection itu dari lethal atau tanpa lethal.
As a veterinarian, I also always like to have the non-lethal methods, to knowing that the fish will be eaten someday, but knowing also that the fish doesn't have to be killed.
Nah, jadi ikannya tidak perlu mati di situ. Kita mencegah kematian ikan.
When we have it, the sample collection, then we should in the start and in the end, and we should include the hatch cycle, the quarantine, and knowing the number of individuals.
Kita harus tahu jumlah ikannya dari sejak awal sampai akhir.
The normal statistics says when you have fish in a pond, which is numbered by 100,000, so you have to take 149 samples to be sure that an agent is or is not in the pond.
That's difficult.
Okay.
Ya, jadi ketika punya 100.000 ikan, kita harus mengambil sekitar 1049 sampel.
We have done here in Shizuk that we have taken the samples, but we wanted to know if we have been successful, so we reduced the numbers of samples we take to 10. This is sufficient for the first check for the farm.
Kita juga menerapkan ini di instalasi Cijeruk, dan jumlah sampel yang kita ambil kita tekan kurang dari 10 dan itu dinyatakan cukup.
I call Cijeruk always farm to come into the words from FAO. I know this is Yeah, sorry for this. And then we can go further to the production, providing KHV-free carb also for the industry in Indonesia, for the carb industry in Indonesia.
You can continue it.
Okay. It starts to be difficult when we see clinical signs.
Jadi kita bisa melihat dari gejala klinis.
Because this is then a question of your experience if you see parasites, bacteria, viruses, fungi, or it's a simple technological question of that the fish are dying.
Jadi apakah itu dikarenakan oleh parasit, bakteri, virus, jamur, atau dari teknologinya sendiri?
You have to search for the cause, knowing that you may be not successful at all. You have to find the reservoir, transmission, why this was happening.
Jadi penyebabnya ini apakah dari reservoir atau penyimpanan air atau dari suatu perpindahan?
You have good cooperators in BRIN. They know what they are doing. Of course, they do diagnostics. You should tell them about the virulence or the pathogenicity, virulence for viruses, pathogenicity for bacteria. And then they will recommend you, or you know yourself, if this disease or this agent with disease is notifiable, you can treat, you have to stamp out, or you have to vaccinate.
Ya, jadi kita punya teman-teman dari BRIN untuk bisa mendiagnosa penyakit apakah itu, lalu kita bisa memutuskan apakah akan ditreatment atau diberi vaksin.
And then we're coming back to the question from the start, do we have hygienic units? Is this happen in one pond, in 2 ponds, or in all ponds?
Apakah ini terjadi hanya di satu unit pengolahan, 1 kolam, 2 kolam, atau keseluruhan, atau di banyak tempat?
Of course, then if this is a notifiable disease, we have to empty the pond, we have to clean the pond, and we have to disinfect the pond with sanitation.
Jadi kita harus mengosongkan kolam tersebut, mendisinfeksi, lalu melakukan sanitasi.
This is a very most critical point if a disease meets a farm.
Nah, jadi ini harus dilakukan apabila penyakit ini terjadi di satu unit budidaya.
I can't see the headline, sorry.
People management.
Point number 4.
It's people management. People
People
management.
management. Thank you very much. People management. This is also what, what you go in and you have to look for a farm. And the people looking like you, oh, he's new. Nobody knows him. What he's doing here? Of course, it's first a block. Nevertheless, you have to ask them, are there protocols for employees and visitors? I haven't signed any. So you have to ask, do you work according to instructions? Do you work according what is written down? Do you use SPOs, standard operating procedures? This is mainly for very, very strict for laboratories, strict for industry, and less strict for farms. But nevertheless, they should exist. Okay, the next is the sensitive area of the farm. Can everyone go into the farm? Can everyone go into the pond? Can everyone catch the fish? Or restricted authorized persons only? Very good. If the company or the farm has one clothes or shoes, to me it's very important. Also, we go for the hygienic units, that every hygienic unit has their own equipment, catcher, buckets, and whatever. So if it's not happened, then they should disinfect in between, knowing that you need at least half an hour for the equipment to be disinfected to go further on into the next pond.
Jadi setiap unit budidaya harus mempunyai peralatan sarana prasarananya sendiri termasuk pakaian dan sepatu.
The critical point is to me all the plants. You have to have your disinfection plan, have your biorisk plan, if you have your checklist, if you wish or want this, and how are the consequences of the errors which are occurring, which can occur.
Jadi ini harus mencakup adanya prosedur untuk disinfeksi, untuk memetakan resiko penyakit biologi, lalu ada checklist yang diinginkan, dan kemungkinan apa saja yang akan terjadi. Kita harus bisa memetakan itu.
And this is very, very useful for the workers inside, because they always say, "Oh, we have done this always. That's not new, but this is new. We don't want to have the other one." But this is a problem for the leaders afterwards to tell, to show, and to explain why this is necessary.
Jadi kepada pimpinan dari unit budidaya tersebut harus bisa menyampaikan ini kepada bawahannya, mengapa kita harus melakukan hal ini. Mereka yang para pekerja ini harus mengenai mengapa kita harus melakukan itu.
I myself only can do this from my experience, but the strategy, how it can be established in the farm, is always the question of the farm leaders, of the farm owners.
Jadi Sven akan menyampaikan ini berdasarkan pengalamannya. Mas, tolong dibantu pencet aja.
Number 5, I assume this is our head.
Our hedge.
Okay, thank you very much. What we found is, sorry, no, wrong way. Different from the ideal situation, which is absolutely normal. Yeah, the farm has their own equipment, their own people, their own rooms. That we found that we had to implement a new room management, that we try to implement a new water treatment management, that we try to establish a new pathogen treatment or pathogen management, and we try to sensitive the persons to the area, but also that only authorized persons are going into. It works when the persons know that, or when the person knows, okay, this is not my business, this is his business or her business, and we haven't, only in case of emergencies or only in cases of helping me, then following the strict rules, I can go into these areas. Yeah? Okay. This we talked about. It was very nice rubber boots here to have gloves. Even we're sweating in the hatchery like hell. Yeah, the water is running like you open a tub. Nevertheless, we have shoes, and we start to disinfect. And of course, we went in, and the first thing we did was a risk analysis. What can we do? How? When? Who will be responsible? And who will be the person in charge afterwards?
Jadi ada analisis resiko berdasarkan pertanyaan 5W 1H.
The thing what was easy to do was I met here persons. They were very skilled. They were nicely skilled, and I always could ask questions regarding the operation systems to have here, and there was always a clear answer. There was always helping. They were also they were always helping, and they were always ready to change things. And this is very, very nice to see here. We try to help or to assist, I would say, to produce the best management practice, BMP, which is very often asked for governmental institutions. Do you have this in your hatchery? Of course, we come from Europe, coming to a new country, you find a lot of gaps. You find a lot of holes, and you find a lot of inequities together, because I was the person who was not able to understand the things what happen here.
Jadi ketika kita pergi ke Eropa, kita pasti akan melihat beberapa gaps atau perbedaan yang sama juga dia rasakan ketika dia berada di Indonesia.
I was the alien coming here, not from the sky, but from Europe. And it was nice to see that with all this you have to do, we found always a very good agreement together to protect the eggs, the offspring, and also the carp food. In our case, for the hatchery, that we find a solution. And to my, very often I have a stomach feeling to this. To my knowledge, to what I see, to my stomach's feeling, we are really on the right way.
Ya, kita harus bisa menemukan solusi untuk melindungi telur-telur ikan, anakan, dan juga pakan dari atau jenis ikan mas.
What we really want to establish is a vaccination plan against koi herpesvirus disease, and we want to improve the knowledge on KHVD, or koi herpes disease, mainly the cause, the transmission rate, and the possible disinfection. This is, you all know the koi herpesvirus disease. You see the symptoms, but I always, as a scientist, always ask why. Why is this like this? Why it can't be different?
Jadi ada juga prosedur untuk vaksinasi dan pengetahuan tentang koi herpes virus, penyakit KHV ini, tentang penyebabnya, penyebarannya, lalu outbreaks-nya dan disinfeksinya. Jadi kita harus berpikir seperti seorang saintis atau ilmuwan, kenapa ini harus seperti ini, mengapa ini terjadi. Kita harus punya mindset seperti itu.
And this we will include in the vaccination for tomorrow.
Jadi untuk vaksinasi akan disampaikan besok.
What we met in the hatchery A was one room, was nicely prepared. We had one door, main door. We went in. You see here the black again. For the black, we go in, disinfect, and wash the hands, change the shoes. We, of course, when we go in, we have to meet the disinfectant map. Then we change the clothes. Here's the clothes change cupboard with the storage. When we have done this, we are white, and then we can go into the hatchery through a door. And, oh yeah, sorry, this is the way back. When we're coming from the room 2 into room 1, of course, we try also to implement strict rules. We say, you come in from here, you're sweating, or it's wet, you go over here, take this first, disinfect this if necessary, go here, change the shoes, wash, and do hand disinfection again. And then you go out with your normal shoes over the disinfectant map to ours. So we have the way back, we have the way in, and I think this is a good way to protect our, sorry, I always, when I do something that is my, so this is my fish, my larvae. Yeah, of course it's yours, but nevertheless, it's mine. Well, do you need a translation? Okay.
Bisa kita lihat di sini adalah rute dari jalan kita keluar, masuk, lalu mengganti pakaian, mencuci sepatu, sampai kita keluar lagi. Bisa dilihat sesuai dengan panahnya.
When we go into room 2, would be nice to have a hand disinfection again. Even we have gloves on. It's when we go into the water of the different hygiene units. In this stage, where the larvae are really, really young, really susceptible to everything, it's good to have a disinfection again. So we are still white, so we can go to the sugar glasses, can go to the different tanks over here, have a bucket, have the tanks for the water storage over here, have additionally one big door, which is not allowed for entering into room 1 because of the high humidity inside the room. We have to open the door once to let at least some of the humidity outside.
Jadi setelah dari room 1 bisa masuk ke room 2 sesuai dengan 3 panah itu, kita bisa ke sugar glass itu corong penetasan, lalu kita tidak bisa lewat di pintu yang sebelah kanan itu karena itu kelembapannya sangat tinggi. Jadi kita mengurangi perubahan fluktuasi suhu di dalam room 2 ini.
Here we have the spring water insights coming here over the charcoal filter, over the coarse filter, going here, going then here in these big 1 cubic meter vessels where we can disinfect the water before we supply the water to these tanks or to the sugar glasses. We also have used this water for the Artemia. The Artemia still in black because they're coming from outside and we can't disinfect the water. Yeah, if you do this, disinfect the water, they will all die. So this is not the sense. So we checked the Artemia also for the presence of Coccus virus or not, and there we're still waiting for the PCR results.
Nah, jadi Artemia di sini dia menunggu untuk dilakukan PCR terlebih dahulu karena dia dari luar. Jadi kita tidak bisa melakukan disinfeksi air di dalam ruang 2 ini sebelum hasil PCR dari Artemia ini keluar.
I will tell about the procedure we have done later today.
Yeah.
Now coming to the last part, but so the question, you know, as a person who is not applied to this, a person he is not in the system, he turns to be bad. I don't like this, but I have to do this. The location of the farm, I've told it's very nice, situated beyond the valley, beyond mountains. It's actually almost outside from Chichiruk. That does mean we have one water and we have the spring. When you go to Google Maps again, then you see there's only one fish circus over here, which relates the same river stream, at least in Google Maps, and the same river comes over here. But when they're fishing here, I would say it's a distance of around 6 kilometers. And to my knowledge, after 5 kilometers, the infection chain is erupting. So this should not, if there's some infections over here with the fish which are stored for fishing, there will be no influence to here.
Jadi di situ kita bisa lihat ada pemancingan dengan lokasi instalasi riset ini kurang dari 5 km. Sebetulnya ini bisa menjadi high risk infeksi, tapi ternyata di kurang dari lebih dari 5 km ini tidak terlalu signifikan.
When we go for details with Google Maps, then you see the shape of the farm. It's quite nice. But there are also some houses which are inside. Here's the river and the wall, but of course they have to pass different ways through the farm coming to the outside. When we go for using the FAO guidelines again for the animals, so we have polyculture, which having local species mainly, but also carp. And we were going for carp. The water supply is fantastic, spring water, and not, I would say, not very dirty river waters.
Jadi spring water ini adalah mata air, tapi kita juga bisa mengambil sumber air dari sungai.
When we went to the persons, I was talking to a lot of people here. My Bahasa is so weak, so I always need a translator. There was Nana was doing this, or other colleagues here in the audience. I met very skilled people. They are working here over years. I met students helping us after instruction. Thank you very much, helping us the feed for the small fish. We have seen that there's a complete system, starting from the keeping, hatchery, breeding, feeding, to pellet feeding, which is in a kind of systems. Everybody has to do. Everyone knows the risks, and everyone knows when he should stop things he is doing recently.
Profesor sangat mengapresiasi karyawan di Cijeruk sini yang profesional, lalu praktek dari mulai pemijahan sampai dengan pemberian pakan.
And according to my information, that especially at the weekends, the security personnel is feeding the fish. This was new to me because in all the countries I was working, I was always working the weekends because we are working with biological systems, and of course they need to be petted as normal, because the fish doesn't matter if we have a weekend or not. They stay there and they will be there. And what I figured out, that there was a pond reconstruction by I don't know, one or two local companies here directly in the front, and there was always security beyond. But what I discovered, that all the transportation here in the farm, and I was amazed about the creativity. What they have was done by hand. The fish, the water, all the things, also the waste, was new to me. That security guards were always present, but cars, I don't know if those cars are belonging to the institution here, to the station, but they were pond, staying there. We were also going near the pond, staying there. That we have fence over there, and that the institution here plans this angling circus over here for visitors. And I don't know, if you have such a farm with such a good persons, with such a good fish, if this is okay, it's happened, it shall be, it should be, but it's a danger. You should know.
Jadi ada kok satu kolam khusus yang diperuntukkan untuk para pengunjung, sebetulnya itu juga berbahaya.
And from the feed, I have to say I was impressed about the creativity again. What they have self-made feed with water from the river, from the ponds and from the spring, doesn't depend on the material they want to have. I mean, it's okay to have this for the juvenile animals, but also for the parents. But for the larvae, you should also take the spring water. Then I've seen the Artemia production, Daphnia production for the larvae, also the commercial and the own self-produced feed, and the restrictive decline, what they're doing here. I was amazed this, because this is actually the same fact we need for the delivery of the vaccine.
Ini restrictive delivery maksudnya adalah sangat jadi ini untuk pengiriman vaksin sangat ketat.
Starting from the hygienic units. in different parts of the farm or of the station are fenced, clear? And they are divided from each other. Of course, they all have a gate. You can come in, but this gate is not used by the citizen. They're over here, only by authorized personnel. That was nice to see. That we have the, that we have the parents from the carp in river water and the ponds, and that we have different hatcheries. They are all connected, no fence, okay, but they are fenced around. And we have this AC. We use the A for project, B was used for carp for the hatching, and D and C for other species. And I could see that the offspring from the other animals were in the ponds, which is okay so far. No. Then we were talking about the hygiene regime for the farm, and this, we have to say, do you have a disinfectant equipment? I've seen that there is some, but it's used for hatchery A, for hatchery B, for hatchery D. You should be careful in terms of using it before you have disinfected it and let it stay for 24 hours somewhere on a place which is disinfected before.
Jadi peralatan ini dari 24 jam setelah disinfeksi bisa digunakan setelah 24 jam.
Yeah, my reason was especially for the carp larvae. Do we disinfect us before? We always had the spray with us. We implemented it now in the room 1, and we were happy that the station has provided shoes, working gloves. Small little point, I would say, that has to be changed when people are coming from outside. About the hatchery A, working in the ponds, of course, they are sweaty, they are wet. And when I need this, I change my shirt and I took the iron over and take the gloves and the rubber boots. That's okay, because the trousers are covered by the apron, but the danger is if you have an unknown situation in your stable, you're coming with the wet t-shirt and taking this over. This would be not sufficient to me in terms of protection.
Jadi ketika pakaian yang kita kenakan ini berkeringat dan basah, lalu kita bisa covernya dengan pakaian itu juga cukup bisa dilakukan.
And I haven't seen that any car was disinfected here.
Apakah mobilnya didisinfeksi atau tidak?
This may be absolutely okay because there's no infection. Yeah? There's no car here which is connected to the fish production. There's no car here which is connected to other things except to the work they have here. This is okay with me. But if you have a dramatic situation in terms of outbreaks of different diseases, then you should implement this.
Kalau mobilnya tidak berhubungan langsung dengan fish production atau produksi ikan, tidak masalah tidak disinfeksi. Tapi jika ada suatu outbreaks, ada suatu infeksi atau kejadian, maka harus dilakukan.
And I go a bit more far than it is done. I'm figuring out what they're doing in the night, for instance, what they're doing with us. What are doing with the rodents? What are doing with the dead animals? With the dead animals in fish, but also from the rodents, but also going into the river. Maybe what are doing with the human waste? What are doing with the wastewater? I mean, these are things when you establish a hygiene regime, you should think about.
Jadi ada beberapa kemungkinan pencemaran atau di sampah, contohnya seperti hewan liar di malam hari, rodents atau tikus, binatang atau hewan yang mati yang masuk ke sungai, lalu sampah dari rumah tangga dan ya air buangan dari rumah tangga.
When you go to the station, everything is very clean, but go around the river, go around the channels. You have it's nice water, and left and right you see all the human waste, all the plastic, all the things which are not belonging to the fish. Okay, going now real into detail. When we try to implement the FAO guidelines, we would say all in, all out is not. It can't be, because the situation of the farm, you have parents, you produce this yourself, and you breed those fish in your farm. So all in, all out is not fitting to the system. So it's quite nice. What we figured out here, that there was actually no examination of the parents, which would be done at least once a year.
Tidak ada pengujian terhadap indukan ikan, tapi ini harus dilakukan 1 tahun sekali seharusnya.
Of course, there was no disease testing, other treatments like vaccination, so far no.
Tidak ada penyakit dan treatment seperti vaksin, sejauh ini tidak ada.
I was happy to see that you don't have any susceptible selection because of coming of other diseases afterwards, after those selections. And we will see if what we can do, if we can implement a way to check the genetic lineage of the fish you have here. And I've written here no during the quarantine, no, because situation is perfect. No sick fish, water is fine, fish is fine. So you don't need to do the quarantine with you, but you should do when you take the fish from outside in. What we figured out was that we had very good conditions for the eggs. Yes, that we have the control at least twice a day for the fish we have in the hatchery A. Then we have done all the investigation for the live food for the yolk sac after yolk sac is consumed. Yes, slowly, careful feeding. There's very skilled personnel. They know exact what they're doing. They know exact when is the stadium, when I have to feed what. That was very, very nice to see. There was a control of the water parameters, and everyone I asked was able to give me an answer. This water has now this pH, this temperature, and the estimated oxygen content. What I was not finding, that nobody was actually looking for the fish. They have to do to work with other things than to look for the fish, as the behavior is different. Of course, you will see this when you go in and suddenly there's a noise, and then you have a look and you see that the fish is behaving not normal. This is, I will call it ad hoc examination. This is not done, and also there's no disinfection of the water, of the fish, of the personnel at all, except now in the regime we have set in hatchery A, and before us no sampling or treatment for different diseases.
Hanya sampling dan pengelolaan khusus untuk suatu penyakit tertentu.
When we go the pathogen management, then we see that the fish is healthy. We have done sample collection ourselves. Normally it's not done, but we try to produce. and that there are no clinical signs. And when you empty pond, put in new fish, of course, then when the fish is small, then there will die something. We know that there's a physiological mortality, especially in carp, is 7% per year. So
terima kasih Karawang. He is asking about the yeah, so yeah, how about the security of using feed?
by the employees here, by the very skilled employees. I've seen the machines and I know what they are used for, but I've never seen how they produce. I've seen the ingredients, what they're using, but maybe the colleagues can answer the question because I can't.
Oh iya, jadi yang menggunakan jadi kita bisa
He is also asking about live food that we use like Artemia, Daphnia from the river. So how about the security about it?
We try to be as secure as possible. Does this mean that before we're feeding, we take samples, go for PCR, for the highest sensitive PCRs, and looking for the agents if they are in or not, knowing that those animals using for feed from the nature, they can be notifiable disease agents. And this we try to avoid. And then I have done this in Germany very often. I go to pet shop, buy those things, and then we test it. And this, let's say, this charge, we found this because of the water. You know, these animals are always in the water, and the water can can be contaminated by the virus, by KHV, for instance. Then we say, okay, we can't use stock, we use another one. What we are not doing, someone tries to heat up or to disinfect, then you will kill, which is not good for the larvae because they need, in the start, they need live food.
Ya, jadi sebelum dia diberikan kepada ikan atau larva harus di PCR dulu. Dia ketahuan ada penyakit atau tidak. Lalu setelah itu kalaupun ada akan didisinfeksi terlebih dahulu.
What we have done ourselves is that of course we have made own food, but according to the compounds which are written on the commercial food, as we could do, we always try to fish oil or fish meat away because we are or with tilapia, you can do the same. What we are doing is that we try to do all the food we do by cold extrusion.
So how about how do we the PCR if we don't have the PCR lab?
And of course you can't. But you need, when you want to exclude this, you need the PCR. I'm sure there will be a lot of private laboratories. They can provide this. They are accredited and they can provide these things. Also, in Britain, they have the possibility to do so. But without, you can't.
Yeah, we can't directly give the larvae untreated artemia or live food from the river.
We have done this. We went to the river or to the pet shop, caught the animals, dried them a bit, put them in a normal isopropanol, and then we sent to my laboratory, and we have done the PCRs. And this is actually needs 1.5 hours. Then you have the results, and this is very important that you have a quick answer from the laboratory. If you know, then you know you can use it or you can't use it. If you use it afterwards yourself, then it's up to you. But then there is always the opportunity, the possibility that there's an outbreak. We know that KHV can stay in mussels, in shrimp, in gomarus, in all these things which are occurring in the nation. They can be stored inside.
Ibu, apakah di sini ada tes semacam itu kalau di Indonesia? Iya. Banyak ya Bu ya. Mungkin Ibu bisa menjelaskan lebih lanjut tentang hal itu.
Tadi pertanyaannya tentang pakan hidup ya, pakan alami ya. Kan kami ya, sebetulnya nanti besok siang itu Bapak Ibu bisa melihat dan melihat apa namanya yang kita sudah kerjakan, yang kami sudah kerjakan. Kalau pakan kami selama ini memang kan dikembangbiakan lewat menggunakan corong, ya, menggunakan corong dan airnya itu didisinfeksi dulu menggunakan desinfektan dan minimal 8 jam itu baru bisa digunakan untuk bisa digunakan diberikan bibit dari artemia diberikan ke situ. Jadi paling tidak airnya sudah harus didesinfeksi, tetapi dibiarkan dulu antara minimal 8 jam. Kalau sudah minimal 8 jam itu apa namanya itu bahan aktif dari desinfektan itu sudah tidak ada lagi, tetapi airnya sudah bebas dari bakteri, bebas dari semua mikroorganisme. Nah, itu nanti digunakan untuk membiakkan artemia. Mungkin itu, Pak. Iya. Iya. Nah, itu memang kendala kami di sini di hatchery. Kalau menggunakan cacing, menggunakan dafne, itu kan semua dikembangbiakkan di outdoor ya, itu yang kemarin menjadi kendala. Outdoor itu tidak bisa masuk ke heti ya. Jadi memang harus dipikirkan kembali karena Artemia itu juga mahal. Nah, biasanya hanya penggunaannya 48 jam. Kemudian sudah harus diganti yang lebih gede lagi dan harus bertahap antara Artemia dan Daphnia. Kemudian nanti kalau sudah Daphnia 100% diganti dengan Pengli kalau di sini ya. Tepung itu, tepung pakan itu yang berupa tepung. Nah, itu memang semuanya harus diuji PCR dengan KHV apakah bebas. Kalau bebas ya boleh diberikan. Nah, itu memang kendalanya memang harus PCR. Ya. Iya, terima kasih, Mbak.
Terima kasih Profesor Angela atas penjelasannya.
I only can tell how it works in Europe. It's different than here in Indonesia, but the PCR is everywhere the same.
There is one more question from participant from virtual participants. Sven, he said, "Interesting talk, Sven. Great to have you here today. I'm curious related to the point on the genetic lineage. That mean that we should genetically selected fish resistant to the virus?"
No. The thing is, what I want to mention here with the genetic lineages, that you should know the genetic background of your fish. And it's maybe, I have seen very often that when you produce somewhere in Asia, in Latin America, in Europe, and deliver it to fish in different regions, they react different. So you have, for instance, the vaccine from Israel, COVAX is a live vaccine. It works under European conditions because it's a European virus. So the immunity induced by those viruses is weaker than we use Asian viruses. Therefore, we recommend to have a look if possible, of course, if you have a knowledge about your lineage. So you need to know then the QTLs. I can't go to the complete immunology and the immune response of the fish, but you need to know the QTLs of your fish, and then you can compare this to other fish in the area, to other fish where they have done it very strict, were the colleagues in Denmark for the salmon. So they know exact the tribe of the salmon they are using in this area, and this tribe is more resistant to this, and this tribe is more resistant to this. And then they do also recombinations between the different tribes to do a selective breeding, knowing that they have to be not to induce a new genetic lineage which is not susceptible to everything, but accidents and new disease, which this fish is more than sensitive. Yeah, this I mean in terms of genetic lineage. I mean not to go into by molecular biology and try to change the genome of the fish. The Norwegian have done it. They have included a human growth hormone. This was 3 times bigger than a big salmon, but nobody want to eat it. So there was there is a failure to do. I would like to see, this is my personal opinion, I would like to see that are not done for animals used for human consumption, because it's not necessary. We have enough produced, and we can, if we're doing a very good biosecurity, then we're on the safe way.
Does he answer question? Farid, kita tidak perlu ya memilih ikan atau induk yang secara genetik itu resisten terhadap si virus ini. Tapi kita juga bisa tadi Prof menyampaikan bisa menggunakan hormon growth human from salmon ya Ibu ya. Iya, baik aja sebetulnya sudah. Apa pertanyaan lagi Bapak Ibu? Oke, satu lagi mungkin Bapak Ibu sebelum kita tutup. Oh, do you still have slides in your presentation? Oh yeah, okay, we can continue it. Okay.
I would include this, what we found in Hatchery A, because we tried a lot with the help of the personnel here, with the very skilled workers, and we were very happy to see that have a different situation, different management. We could sensitize the area for authorized persons only, that we have partly got new clothes from the station here, disinfected of water and equipment. There was no risk analysis, but we are here to do this. And that's why I think there will be soon a yes, that we have a huge knowledge of the employees about the fish they are having. Of course, there's no best management practice so far. To find the gaps, yeah, of course, we find gaps because this is not according to the ideal production we know from Europe. And of course, we always find a solution. We will have vaccination plans. We will increase the knowledge of the KHV. This will be tomorrow. And as a summary, I would say we would need to prescribe hygienic standards, to implement hygienic rules from disinfection to waste. We have to define a hygienic units, and of course all the instructions here written should be signed and should be controlled. If you want to implement really an hygienic regime here, there are some changes in animal management necessary, but also in pathogen hatchery and personal management. But this also in agreement with the person who's doing this, with the leading of the farm, they're doing this, and with the instructive area, I would say. How we can do this? Could you put in this document? We have started doing this with the help. Yes. And we have not discussed it with everyone, with one new bilingual standard operation procedure for the hatchery A first, which can be, as you can see here, one way, one is English, one is Bahasa. So, I had a very quarter who have done the translation into Bahasa. So we know that what is here in English is also here in Bahasa. So the way for communication is very short, and we have tried to do it as detailed as possible so that there are no questions afterwards. So they can say, I'm using it or I'm not using it.
It's unclear on Zoom screen, unfortunately. Yeah, we can't see on the screen because due to the signal.
Yeah, it's good for these people, sorry. Actually, only as an example, how it can be finalized. How the last, please? So this is the last slide. I would say thank you very much for your attention. No, one back. No, one back. Yeah. Terima kasih banyak atas perhatiannya. I know it's hard topic, and I know it's difficult to, but the necessities you can do it, and see the options are here, and to come over, especially also for Indonesia, this problem with KHVD, with corpus with disease, is a very important problem, and you are here doing pioneer work for Indonesia and showing that it can work if you following strict rules which are implementing by yourself. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the informative presentations. I think we don't have any question here. We have one. Oh, yeah. Okay, one more question maybe before we end this first session. Apa ada pertanyaan Bapak Ibu di sini? Ya. Dua. Ya, Pak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Ujang Heriana di UH. Saya teknisi ikan dewa atau ikan torsoro. Saya mau menanyakan tadi perihal masalah Artemia, pakan alam, Ibu. Itu kan sudah ada namanya garam krosok ya. Berarti namanya garam kan sudah untuk membasmi virus kan. Nah, kenapa sekarang kita harus disinfektan lagi gitu kan? Nah, itu kan sudah full gitu kan. Nah, sekarang kalau disinfektan lagi dari mana gitu? Apakah pas dari pemberian air tawar? Apakah langsung gitu kan? Karena kan udah khusus. Apalagi ATM-nya kan berbentuk kaleng ya, udah dikemas dengan baik, tidak ada udara dari luar segala macam. Terus itu pun telurnya telur mati kan gitu. Jadi mati. Nah, dia hidup kembali dengan air garam tadi. Itu mati suri berarti kan, bukan berarti mati suri. Nah, saya yang tidak itu harus disinfektan lagi gitu. Sedangkan itu kan pakai air garam gitu. Nah, mungkin begitu supaya saya dapat pengalaman di mana gitu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Pak. He is a technician here, especially for torsoro pond. So he assumed that if we use Artemia, if we use salt for Artemia to activate the Artemia, why do we have to disinfect again? If we use salt in the first to activate the Artemia, why do we have to disinfect the water again?
No, actually, when we have done this for the water, and we know we can't do this with the Artemia. And when you need salt for the Artemia activation, in salt is an ingredient which is destroying very often the envelope of the viruses. Yeah, And when the virus have no envelope, then they can't attach. So there's no danger if you do this without disinfection afterwards. And when you have the water disinfected for the artemia, we have established a system that we disinfect the water, wait 8 hours, and include everything else. And this with the salt, I can't see any problem using the salt for the activation of the artemia.
Oke, jadi garam ini bukan untuk mengaktifasi si artemia ini. Jadi garam ini fungsinya adalah untuk menghancurkan sistem dari virus ini, gitu Pak. Jadi untuk menghancurkan envelope itu kayak semacam pembungkusnya si virus ini. Jadi sebetulnya dengan menggunakan garam itu sudah juga untuk mendisinfeksi si airnya sendiri. So do you mean that itself same as disinfectant?
I would not say that salt is disinfectant, but the salt is destroying the virus.
Oke, jadi untuk menghancurkan si virusnya ini. So we still need to disinfect the water.
I would recommend this because you not only have envelope viruses interacting also the tosoro, you have also naked viruses. And naked viruses are not influenced at all. They can still go in. So the water should be disinfected before when you do this. But you should, in our case, you should wait 8 hours before all the disinfectant is gone. And we use Zanuzil in this case, and this is dissolved after 8 hours in water and oxygen. So there's no residue in the water anymore. So we are on an ecological way and have clean water.
Jadi seperti yang dijelaskan oleh Ibu Angela tadi, Pak. Jadi 8 jam itu dengan menggunakan didisinfeksi dulu ya Bu ya untuk menghilangkan residu dari disinfektannya ini. Mungkin yang ingin Bapak tanyakan disinfektannya ini bahannya apa gitu Pak? Enggak. Iya. Virus Pak. Jadi berdasarkan penjelasan dari Profesor, jadi si garamnya ini bukan untuk mengaktifasi dari artemia itu, gitu. Iya Bu.
Iya Pak, terima kasih pertanyaan. Kalau yang pakai garam itu bisa juga memang dia butuh payung ya Pak. Jadi kan diberi garam supaya dia tumbuh ya artemianya ya, itu benar. Ya itu benar tuh juga, tapi juga bisa sebagai desinfektan. Tetapi kalau Bapak menggunakan artemia itu kan dalam kaleng ya, kan buka tutup ya kalengnya. Nah kadang kan diambil sedikit 2 sendok ya, masuk ke corong, kemudian tutup lagi, ya toh. Nanti besoknya ambil lagi 2 sendok ya Pak. Nah dalam kondisi buka tutup itu kemungkinan bisa juga ada kontaminasi. Kemungkinan Pak. Kemudian mohon maaf, sebetulnya kalau masuk ke hatchery itu kan kalau yang biosecurity itu kan memang harus pakai tutup kepala, semua harus lengkap ya Pak. Karena di rambut itu mungkin juga ada virus. Jadi semua kemungkinan itu dicegah dengan menggunakan air yang sudah didesinfeksi, tetapi menunggu minimal 8 jam supaya itu hanya menjaga saja Pak, menjaga supaya tidak ada, jadi airnya yang digunakan itu benar-benar bebas, baru nanti digunakan untuk menetaskan, tambah garam tidak apa-apa. Ya, gitu Pak, hanya menjaga semua kemungkinan supaya tidak terkontaminasi. Gimana Bapak? Ya.
Maaf, Malang ini satu lagi ya. KHP ini bawaan dari ikan mas itu sendiri, apakah muncul dari lingkungan?
So where does the KHVD originated? Is it from the environment or from the fish itself?
KHVD to me is coming from Asia.
From
Asia.
From Asia.
Yeah. There is obviously in the late 80s, there was a jump from a wild animal to carp. From, the virus itself is the biggest herpes viral genome we've ever seen. So this virus is old like hell. And it was able to coming from maybe a brackish water fish jumping to the carp somewhere in Asia. And then this new virus meets a complete sensible population. And of course, then it went, even this can't live, but it went forward. But I think it's coming somewhere from the nature, he's right, coming into cultured fish and is distributed by cultured fish all over the world. Allah.
Can we continue it? Bisa lanjut? Ya, jadi si virus KHV-nya ini Pak berasal dari Asia. Ya, jadi berasalnya dari brackish water itu air payau. Ya, air payau lalu dia menemukan inang yang sesuai dengan hidupnya dia lalu menyebar. Begitu Pak. Jadi memang awalnya dari lingkungan.
Even the first,
yang menyebarnya karena memang ikan mas ini sesuai untuk menjadi inangnya si KHV ini.
Even the first detection was in Israel, but they always blame that Israel koi was this, but it's not right. The first infection in near Europe, Israel, was koi.
Iya, jadi walaupun namanya koi, tapi infeksinya ke golongan ikan-ikan carp atau dai. He looks satisfied.
Oke, selamat siang Pak Sven. Saya Wahyu, teknisi instalasi Cijeruk Pak. Ini yang mau saya tanyakan sistem biosecurity di sini itu memang bagus Pak. Cuman kendala kami di sini sampai saat ini adalah di sistem manajemen pemberian pakan Pak. Jadi feeding management. Jadi ketika kita menerapkan sistem tertutup, closed system dengan biosecurity, kami sampai saat ini kan kita bekerja kita sudah melihara selama 7 hari Pak. Di closed system kita pakai Artemia Pak, full yang di dalam. Sampai saat ini hari ke-7 itu masih jenis bentuk ikannya masih gelas Pak, jadi masih transparan. Kita bisa bandingkan dengan, kan ada 2 Pak. Saya juga mencoba melihat dari satu pemberian yang kita lakukan, satu di closed system, sistem di pond. Ternyata yang di kolam itu saya tidak tahu. Dan warnanya di kendala mungkin itu sampai saat ini kendala kami. Jadi ikan tuh nggak bisa tumbuh kalau dipelihara di dalam. Artemia biasanya diberikan selama 2-3 hari. Sampai 7 hari ikan masih kecil Pak. Mungkin kandungan Artemia, nutrisi untuk ikan itu sudah tidak bagus gitu. Nah biasanya kami memberikan pakan alami lain setelah 3 hari, pakan Artemia, Dapnia atau cacing yang dicacah gitu Pak. Nah itu masih bagus. Kedua, kita langsung dikasih dengan pengli itu hanya 5% Bapak dari populasi yang kita pelihara dengan sistem tertutup. Hanya 5%. Mungkin itu 5% itu yang adaptasi terhadap itu paling bagus. Yang lain mati. Bingung ya.
Could you let you translate, please? Thank you.
Dipotong dulu ya Kang ya. Okay, two he did two sites for open
Open and closed systems. Yeah.
okay, open and closed management system, but he found out that the open system is way more faster than the closed system. So why even that's happening? What's
Because the closed system is always indoor, and the open system is always outdoor, and the natural environment is having a huge influence on the growth of the fish. Of course, but to my knowledge, when you want to establish a closed virus-free fish, you should start with a closed system. Yeah, with a closed system, and then you can take over to the others. Of course, you will afterwards will have virus-free fish, and you can take the open system and have the same advantages as before.
gimana, Kang? Menjawab nggak? In open system, the fish itself is changing into the blackish. The color is more tense than the closed system.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
actually, we all know they are missing sunlight. Yeah, sunlight is the most valuable system for the fish in the water, because the water, sunlight is giving the energy they need in the water, and sunlight is what fish needs, and they don't have it. Of course, they don't have it in the closed system when they are indoors.
Jadi karena sinar matahari juga mempengaruhi perubahan warna dari si ikan itu. Ada lagi, Kang?
Jadi intinya saya kan maksudnya sudah melakukan lebih dari sekali gitu ya. Sudah sering melakukan. Jadi dengan sistem pemeliharaan secara tertutup untuk di sini belum bisa. Dari pengalaman sebelumnya. Jadi masalahnya di sini itu biosecurity bagus, tapi kendala kami adalah bagaimana caranya memelihara ikan di dalam itu lebih besar gitu dibanding di luar gitu, Pak. Nah, ya. Jadi masalahnya di pakan saja, pakan.
Okay, based on his experience, he thought that for closed system in Cijeruk cannot be applied because the growth of the fish is slower than the open system based on his experience. So is there any solutions for that? Biosecurity. Okay. Okay. At the same time, the fish needs nutrition from the feed. At the same time, we need to apply the biosecurity. Yeah.
Of course, when you want to get virus-free fish, you should include this. What you do in the hatchery A, is to protect the fish from the environment. Of course, you can have this afterwards for parents' generation as well, but nevertheless, we know that there's restrictions indoor. We can't do the same situation as we have in the ponds, but when we do the same in the pond, it will cost so much, nobody will pay for it. You know, you have the water volume is increasing. Yeah.
Okay. So he is asking for your solutions for the closed system. How do we get how do we promote the growth of fish in closed system?
We discussed this before. We can we can give more light to the fish.
Light fish.
Yeah, light over the day. You know, the fish is always light depending. Yeah, they are not moving in it. You know yourself. Over the day, in the hatchery, especially tanks which are more to close window, they are much better doing the tanks. They're far from the, and we have done this in my area. We have put light everywhere, but cold light, not. I mean, there's hot enough inside. You don't need to inside. It's cold light inside. Also, long strings that you can deliver the light same what's called wavelengths what they have in nature. This is just possible, but this is you have to do.
Ya, jadi Kang harus menyeting cahayanya ada beberapa gelombang bisa disetting yang mirip dengan environment sekitar gitu. Sama lagi
Mimic but in terms of light, I mean the rest, the water is the same, the temperature is the same, except the light is not same.
Jadi cahayanya tidak sama seperti yang ada di luar. Weekend ya Ibu, silakan.
Wahyu, sekarang. Halo Wahyu.
Iya Ibu.
Wahyu sekarang tergantung Ibu Roro. Ya, jadi nanti tujuannya nanti untuk apa? Kalau tujuannya nanti untuk pertumbuhan, nah ini untuk PNBP nih, ya kan? Nah, kalau tujuan pertumbuhan open space, karena kan cepat tuh tumbuh dijual kan PNBP. Nah, tapi kan ada juga yang nanti untuk yang bebas penyakit, Wahyu. Ya, bebas penyakit itu nanti harganya lebih mahal, ya kan? Karena pemeliharaannya lebih mahal kan ya. Nah, nanti ada yang dijual itu apa namanya kurang tahan terhadap penyakit, tapi ada yang dijual tahan penyakit gitu Ayu. Jadi dua tipe gitu. Iya, tergantung Ibu nanti Ibu mau mengembangkan yang mana gitu. Mau dua-duanya apa itu? Itu hanya policy dari
Ya. It depends on the purpose itself. The quality of or
we have seen that we have much more quantity when we do this, but you're right. But you will see when you set these fish out in the ponds, they will very quick come into the same size and into the same quality as you have it in the open ponds. I'm swearing. That's my experience. I mean, we have to do something because of the light and maybe of the heat inside. You know, you go in and start. You don't need water. It's coming alone.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Angela. One more question.
Baik, saya perkenalkan dulu. Nama saya Hendra. Saya teknisi dari instalasi Cibang. Ada dua pertanyaan, Pak. Yang pertama, ini virus KHP ini lebih rentan menyerang ke ukuran apa untuk ikan emas? Itu yang pertama. Apa? Ya, lebih rentan menyerang ukuran apa? Nah, ukuran ikan ya, ukuran ikan, size ikan untuk ikan emas, virus KHP.
Okay, his name is Hendra from a technician from Cibalagung, instalasi Cibalagung. He's asking which size or which fish stage that is more weaker to the virus, the KHV.
Actually, all stages. One problem is that when you have the larvae like we have now, when they get infected at this stage, then the larvae get tolerant to the virus. When they are they come from the eggshell, going into the fish and stays, do nothing. The fish is doing nothing, the virus is doing nothing. And then the fish is getting older. And then the fish is coming into a critical situation, like the spawning or water temperature, food change, something like this. So getting stressed. Then they have to fight against the stress, and then the virus is coming up. And this is the stage then when they 5 to 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters, then the disease breaks out. Even the fish was tolerant before for all other fish. It doesn't matter the age. They are all susceptible, but they may be not showing any clinical signs, and they never show any clinical signs. But we had the situation that there was a farmer harvesting carp 3 years old, 1.5 kilo each, and then put from the natural pond into the concrete pond to be to get the smell out of the fish. And during this in 10 days, they had 100% losses due to KHV. There was transferation from earth pond to concrete pond was so much stress that the virus could come through. So the question is always, if the fish is good and the food is good and the water is good, everything is good. If there's 1 week, with the one week situation, then it's not good.
Ya, jadi si virusnya ini bisa menyerang di semua stage dari ikan, di semua ukuran dari ikan ini. Jadi ada juga ikan yang sudah terinfeksi oleh KHV ini, KHV ini, tapi tidak menunjukkan gejala klinis. Tapi ketika lingkungannya berubah atau memburuk, maka si gejala itu mulai terlihat. Ada lagi?
Baik, pertanyaan yang kedua, apakah menurut Prof penting kita menerapkan biosecurity ini pada komoditas ikan air tawar yang tergolong murah harganya? Karena biosecurity ini bisa meningkatkan di produksi tentunya. Seperti itu, Pak.
Okay, in your opinion, is it possible, is it profitable to apply biosecurity for cheaper commodity?
For cheaper what?
Commodity,
okay.
Species?
Yes. I mean, in the start, you have to pay more. That's normal. You have to pay for the disinfectant. You have to pay for all the measurements. It will cost. That's what costs come out. But afterwards, you will have silence for years. So you can go a normal production if you stay at the biosecurity measurements. And of course, really managing China, not in Indonesia and China. And we were implementing a system, even going in, going out, disinfecting the hands and not doing it. Bring the fish before, bring to the market into a pond where we could do the disinfection of the water. And then this step by step, small, it works, but it needs time. And of course it needs money.
Tadi yang satu lagi apa kan? Iya. Jawabannya sangat penting. Oke. Jadi biosecurity ini perlu diterapkan ya Kang, walaupun komoditasnya harga ikannya murah, karena kalau misalnya tidak diterapkan bisa menimbulkan kerugian yang lebih besar. Tidak bisa memproduksi dengan jumlah yang banyak. Jadi bisa mendukung untuk itu juga. Ada lagi Bapak Ibu? Ya,
Izin, Bapak Ibu, terima kasih atas waktunya. Perkenalkan, nama saya Lakon Ardi Nuraditya, biasa disapa Lakon. Saya staf pengajar di Politeknik Ahli Usaha Perikanan dan juga di Teknisi Lab di Politeknik Ahli Usaha Perikanan. Menyambung pertanyaan yang saya juga akan tadi tanyakan mengenai biosecurity vaksin, itu kan salah satu upaya kita untuk mencegah terjadinya penyakit sehingga menimbulkan kerugian. Tetapi di sisi lain dengan upaya kita itu akan menimbulkan biaya-biaya baru. Contohnya adalah yang tadinya kita tidak melakukan PCR di air, jadi melakukan PCR. Tentunya akan ada biaya-biaya tambahan. Seperti tadi memanipulasi lingkungan yang tadinya tertutup, kemudian kita manipulasi untuk menyamai dengan kondisi alam. Tentunya dengan biaya tambahan lagi. Yang mau saya tanyakan terkait solusi. Kadang saya berpikir begini, masyarakat kita itu memandangnya mau harga ikan ini, mau kualitas ikan ini bagus atau tidak, yang penting harganya murah. Ya, kalau melihat seperti itu dengan adanya biaya-biaya tambahan tadi seperti PCR dan lain-lain, tentunya akan menekan biaya atau meningkatkan biaya operasional dari kita. Kira-kira solusi apa agar masyarakat kita itu mendapatkan atau pembudidaya kita mendapatkan keuntungan yang lebih tanpa menambahkan biaya-biaya meskipun kita sudah berusaha untuk mencegah terjadinya penyakit. Kira-kira solusi atau usaha apa yang bisa kita lakukan untuk meningkatkan harga jual si ikan, baik di sini adalah ikan mas. Begitu, Bu. Terima kasih.
thank you for the questions. His name is Lakon from, he is a lecturer from the Polytechnic Jakarta. Okay, his question is, by applying biosecurity in our unit, we also have additional fee that can add to our operational fee too. So is at the same time, our people, the community or fish farmer, tend to buy a cheaper fish. So we don't care about the quality, but they tend to buy a cheaper fish. So how, in your opinion, what's the solution for that?
There's no solution. I mean, fish farmers are farmers, and when they get cheaper ones, they take cheaper ones. It doesn't matter. It's the same in Germany. It's the same in Europe. The problem is that they are not aware that what we call it, you sit on a tree and you have a saw in your hand and you take the branch down. This is what you're actually doing. I have seen this in China very often. That when I'm talking too fast, please tell me. You go in, they have a cheap fish, they have an outbreak, whatever, then they take our fish, they do not disinfect. They put in water and take the next species. Yeah, then have 3 years, everything is fine, then the same. There's another agent with another fish, so they take the fish out, wait, drying season, put water in, next fish. There's no biosecurity at all. But he has all 3 years or 4 years, he has 100% losses. But obviously he can avoid this. He can afford this, that he's nothing, get no money for the family. But if you want to do this, it's okay. But I don't think that is worse in terms of food for the population, in terms of the family of the farmers, and in terms of the possibility they may attract to the environment. I have no solution. But I always talk to the farmers. Then okay, if you do this now, then you will have the same problem in 3 years. Then, oh, it doesn't matter, 3 years, far away. Yeah, and then they had 3 years. Yeah, and it is the same. 3 years, you have the same problem. Ah, it doesn't matter, 3 years. And that's normal.
Bisa dipahami? Jadi memang ini terjadi di mana-mana. Mindset seperti itu terjadi di mana-mana, bukan hanya di Indonesia, tapi di Jerman pun sama terjadi seperti itu. Mereka berhadapan dengan masalah penyakit ini sudah bertahun-tahun, tapi mereka tetap tidak mau berubah, tidak mau menerapkan biosecurity ini, and it's okay. Tapi yang paling penting adalah bagaimana jika kita bisa menyediakan makanan yang aman untuk manusia, bahkan untuk keluarganya dari si fish farmer itu sendiri. Itu yang harus ditumbuhkan kesadarannya.
But
Yeah.
what you also can do is using psychology. You go to the farmer and say, okay, you buy cheap fish. How these cheap fish under biosecurity conditions, then you can sell it for more money.
Iya, jadi gimana kita bisa could you repeat it please?
You tell the farmer he should hold these cheap fish under biosecure conditions, and then he can sell these fish growing up for higher prices.
Oke, jadi Anda bisa menjual si ikan ini dengan murah untuk psychological, beritahu kepada fish farmer, Anda beli ini dengan ikan yang lebih murah, dengan terinfeksi virus itu, apakah bisa menjual itu kepada orang lain?
Terkadang begini, pengennya kualitasnya bagus, tapi harganya juga tidak didukung, pastinya dengan harga yang sangat murah. Pasti pemilihannya seperti itu. Kita sebagai pembudidaya, kita sudah berusaha untuk mengamankan dari segi kesehatan, juga dari segi kita, dari segi produksi. Akan tetapi kalau harga jualnya tidak terukur, dalam arti ini kita sudah berusaha, udah capek-capek, ternyata dijual pun harganya murah, sehingga ikan banyak tetapi tidak ada harganya. Usaha kita berusaha untuk meningkatkan produksi, kita produksi terus, tetapi di masyarakat tahunya hanya sangat murah. Kira-kira ada solusi nggak ya? Terima kasih.
Oke, tapi dengan catatan sudah menerapkan biosecurity. Oke, it happens in Indonesia. The problem is when we apply biosecurity in our unit, but the price in the market is still cheap. There is no effect or impact of by doing the biosecurity to the price in the market. That's the problem in our country.
It used to be in Europe the same. But then they say, okay, we don't sell our fish to this low price. You can have it in the discounter, Aldi, Lidl, whatever you wish. We sell this fish to this price because this is biosecure fish. This is free of virus. This is healthy to the human. You know, the advantage. And at the end, it was like this, that of course the people start to think, okay, this is cheap fish. They may be contaminated with, I don't know, whatever, heavy metals, something like this. This is not healthy. Yeah, we have had the same situation with milk, baby milk in China. They have done the same cheap products all together, and then there were, I think, 6 babies were dying. What they have to do, they went to Europe and bought all the baby milk and brought it to China. And suddenly they paid 3 times more than normal. It's a question of thinking, yeah, to make the people ready. They say that what they are doing is most valuable for the community, most valuable for the food consumption, and much better. It's a kind of advertising as well, much better for the human consumption. I know it's difficult.
Oke, thank you, Sven. Mungkin saya tambah penjelasan buat teman-teman yang dari kita ya. Mungkin di kita ikan mas itu benihnya tidak mahal. Semua itu pilihan. Tapi semua itu nanti akan ada segmen pasarnya. Mungkin teman-teman sekarang bisa rasakan di nila. Beli ikan nila sembarang, dengan beli ikan nila yang bersertifikat, harganya pasti mahal yang bersertifikat. Artinya pasar itu nanti akan terbentuk. Ini sama kasusnya dengan yang ikan mas. Dia akan menjual lebih mahal karena memang cost-nya akan lebih tinggi gitu kan. Itu wajar. Tapi nanti pasar itu akan terbentuk sendiri. Dia akan beli barang yang nanti memang kualitasnya bagus. Dia memang lebih tahan gitu ya karena dia sudah divaksin sebelumnya. Jadi mungkin seperti itu ya penjelasannya. Jadi apa yang disampaikan Profesor Swen hari ini menarik. Karena hari ini kita belajar ikan mas, tapi penerapan biosecurity ini bisa pada komoditas apapun. Kita pelajari betul prinsipnya seperti apa. Nah nanti justru kita yang ada di sebagai yang ada di level pemerintah itu, nanti yang harus mengedukasi masyarakat. Ini loh, kamu beli di sana mungkin cuma seekornya size 5 mungkin cuma 500 perak. Kita jual 700 perak. Kamu bisa lihat di hasil panen. Jadi itu ya mindset ini kan kita juga lagi membentuk mindset ya. Oke, makasih.
Yes, he said that she said that it's about the mindset. We need to, yeah. All right. I think that's enough for the first session. It's already 12:09. So thank you, Professor. If there's no question. Oh, ada ya.
We also can do this later in the next session. There's no
Oh,
problem.
okay. We can continue it to next session. All right. So it's enough for the first session. Thank you, Professor Bergman, for that informative presentation on carp hatchery management. We will continue to the second session at 1 p.m. and hopefully for the participants who are joining virtually can also attend the second session. Okay, thank you very much and have a good lunch.
Tes 1 2. Tes. Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada narasumber. Thanks for Mr. Swen. Dan terima kasih juga kami ucapkan kepada Ibu Moderator. Makan nasi lauknya ikan, dikasih kerupuk rasanya gurih. Tak lupa kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada narasumber dan moderator. Bapak dan Ibu yang berbahagia, sekali lagi mari kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk narasumber kita, Profesor Swen dan Ibu moderator kita yang sudah memandu kegiatan pada siang hari ini. Kita akan isoma sejenak, kita akan kembali lagi di sini pukul 1 siang. Pukul 1 siang, thanks. Kami persilakan Bapak dan Ibu untuk menyantap bidang siapkan dan isoma untuk musola kami informasikan depan kami yang di kanan bisa digunakan untuk musola dan jika ingin di aula kantor kami juga kami persilakan, cuman musolanya sedikit kecil. Jadi kami persilakan untuk di musola depan saja. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tes 1, 2. Wah, udah pada standby ini sepertinya. Udah makan, Pak? Adik-adik udah makan belum? Udah ya. Bu Sri Sundari mana Bu Sri Sundari? Ini tanggung jawab ini Bu Sri Sundari. Nanti siapa yang mau seminar? Kalian ya sama yang dari IPB ada siapa? Oh ya Nilam ya. Oke oke. Hari Jumat ya, Dek? Iya, link Zoom-nya sudah Bapak Panitia? Sudah ya. Baik Bapak dan Ibu, sekarang sudah menunjukkan jam 1:20. Tadi kita jam 1. Nah, biasalah Indonesia ada sedikit karet-karetnya. Baik, narasumber kita sudah ada di depan. Ibu moderator juga sudah ada di belakang. Semoga ini jam-jam rawan, semoga tidak mengantuk. Materinya akan lebih menarik lagi. Oh ya, akan lebih menarik lagi. Maaf, lebih menarik lagi. Untuk mempersingkat waktu, kami persilakan Ibu moderator untuk memandu kegiatan siang hari ini. Kami persilakan. Terima kasih. Satu lagi di siapa? Mbak Kristen ya?
Cek. Terima kasih Mbak Rika. Bagi semua peserta yang sudah hadir, untuk sesi kedua ini akan dibawakan tanpa slide. Jadi Profesor Sven akan mempresentasikan materinya dengan melalui peragaan secara langsung yang bisa lihat di papan tulis.
Okay.
Yeah, without further ado, let us start the second session.
Yes.
I welcome you, Professor.
Thank you very much. I'm Sven, actually. I would like to have this, what we are doing now, in a kind of seminar, because I need your impression, I need your knowledge as well, to show if we done a good or not a good work, always in connection to your situation here. What I have to change I can't write with it. We want to talk about KHV. Oh, it's German. 3 cup. Anyways, is this big enough? Yeah.
Ikan tanpa ikan bebas virus KHV.
So the starting situation was that I was looking for the farm, for the environment, how they do the also production. So I had to include to the production of biocarb all the knowledge of the employees here. Oh, there you go.
Tingkat pengetahuan dari employee atau karyawan.
All the knowledge of the employees. And second, I had to first.
Ketika kita berada di suatu farm, yang pertama kita lakukan adalah untuk mengetahui level pengetahuan dari karyawan. Yang kedua adalah
and second, I had to include the aquatic environment I find here.
ya lingkungan dari akuatik atau yang bersumber pada air.
And therefore here we had to first again to the personal, then second to the fish, and third to water. Sorry.
Manusianya, ikan, dan juga air.
When we go for the fish, I've shown that here you have normal where you rear the fish, where you breed the fish. I've seen this from Toro when he was doing it. Very, very fantastic, because we do it different. And I've done also this together with Wang Yu.
Ya, kita punya kolam beton di sini dan Profesor juga bisa membandingkan dan bisa pernah berdiskusi dengan Kang Wahyu.
This was very important to me. Then I'm going for the direction, try no mistakes you haven't done yourself.
Jadi tidak ada kesalahan yang pernah kita lakukan sendiri.
I wanted to start really with the beginning. I was looking sometimes a bit funny that I ask questions which are maybe normal to you. And these questions, for instance, were how the personnel is trained, where they're coming from.
Ya, bagaimana si karyawan ini di-training dan dari mana asalnya.
The second one is how many fish you're breeding here and which kind of.
Ada berapa banyak jumlah ikan yang dibawa ke sini dan jenisnya apa.
And of course, the most important was the question about the water in the environment. Have you spring? Have you channels? Have you rivers? Have you, and how you check the water quality?
Dan sumber airnya dari mana dan bagaimana teman-teman semua mengecek kualitas airnya.
And when we check this, then I was asking what system of breeding you're using here.
Dan sistemnya yang digunakan apa? Sistem dari pemijahannya apa?
And the system of breeding was here when I came in was Kagaban. I've never had this before.
I've never heard this before.
Yeah. And that was new to me. And I was doing work with stripping and with artificial breeding when we have plastic plants in the big vessels where we put the fish in. This was new to me. Also, all the handwork you have to do for the Kagaban. System of breeding. So we had two. Said okay, try first. I know this. We can try first. Strip the fish. And then I was sleeping one night, and then I was influenced by the colleagues, and they say, they are using here Kagaban. And when they're using Kagaban, we should include this in our investigation. So we did this at the end. Kagaban, yeah. Which was completely new to me. And then I was thinking how we can do this in agreement with the goals we want to reach. We wanted to have KHV free carp from maybe KHV infected parents. Then we went in and said, okay, what can we do? Then I saw this quite nice prepared hatchery A. So we tried to improve this a little bit. It was not that much, but the clothes were there. And I've shown this before, how we do. And then we decided, okay, we will do both systems in the same area, knowing that we have maybe infected eggs on Kagaban and infected eggs on after.
Oke, kita punya dua tipe di sini. Yang pertama telur yang sudah terinfeksi dari kakak, atau yang satu lagi terinfeksi setelah stripping.
So we did this, and the first we wanted to know. I have done this European carp main goal to disinfect the water before we use. Sorry, water disinfection. And the water disinfection you can, with other abilities, and to my knowledge, there was only one which you can use for disinfecting of the water when the animal is in the water. There exist a lot of aqua, all these you can use, but without the fish in the water.
Ada satu jenis bahan kimia yang bisa digunakan tapi sebelum ikan masuk di air.
So at the end, I've published some work with a similar disinfectant. The main thing on this is stabilized H2O2. You know what this?
H2O.
Yeah, H2O2. This
hydrogen.
Hydrogen. Hydrogen. Yeah, it's stabilized H2O2. And when you can use H2O2 for disinfection of the water, but then the half time is 10 minutes. After this is gone. Then we discovered this Danozil, what is actually used very often in dairies. Yeah, when they make butter, when they make milk, when they make yogurt, they had problems always with the tubes where they bring the water. And then they use Danozil because Danozil or stabilized H2O2 is actually at the end dissolved in H2O and O2, which is at the same time very, very useful for the fish to increase the oxygen content in the water. We have done this several times, and we have seen that we can reach the goal with the fish in the water when we are very careful. Knowing that the eggs from carp are very sensitive to any influence from outside.
Ya, jadi telur ini sangat sensitif terhadap lingkungan luar.
And to this, to overcome, we checked first. We asked Wang Yu to inject carp with Ovaprim, so we can get the eggs first to the kakaban.
Ya, jadi menginjeksi ikan dengan menggunakan hormon Ovaprim.
Then we took 2 days later. Sorry, I tried to jump a little bit to make it more attractive. Than not me, but you don't sleep. The thing is that we wanted to see if we use kakaban, if with the same success, if we strip the fish. So with the kakaban, we took the kakaban and had eggs. And we have done this once with Zanazir and one without Zanazir. So we had the direct comparison between the Euro method using here with the method we want to try. With this, we didn't know how susceptible are the fish eggs to these chemicals. So we checked this. Don't kill me here. We checked this with different concentrations. And you see, when I'm writing ppm, there's parts per million, so it's very weak. You don't need that much that you have a and really affect to the fish. So we put the kakaban here to all this, and we had, as far as I remember, we had a hatching rate.
Hatching rate tingkat penetasan 90%, 8%, 70%, dan 40%.
So we had a very, very clear contrast between the ppm. The problem, well, not the good thing was that these 40% animals with 90% hatching rate, they haven't shown any fungi. %, not, but with 70%
Tidak terdeteksi jamur.
and 40%, we had a lot of fungi.
Di 70% banyak jamurnya.
So fungi around the eggs.
Di sekeliling telur.
We take it away and leave the rest in, but with kakaban, you know, they are very sticky to the kakaban, and so it was not possible to take them away. So at the end, this is hatch. Sorry about my writing. At the end, we decided to use this system for the eggs. The most value from the whole experiments. When we have finished this, we said, okay, we can use with the eggs in the water, we can use 40 ppm. That does mean, yeah, when you have 500 cubic liters, then you put in 12 milliliter of the chemical. So the problem was then that we had no recirculating systems. So we put the chemical in, and then we have used buckets to move the water in one direction to get the water mixed with the tannosin.
Jadi kita menggunakan ember untuk mengaduk air satu arah untuk mengaduk si sanosilnya ini.
And then I take this over here. We use the method stripping. Well, we had three trials. To get the X of carb deglued, you need special substances. In our case, it was urea and urea and salt, normal salt.
Urea, garam.
And salt you use normally as well to deglue the eggs or to hold tight the eggs from doing. The problem was, or problem is, in for carb eggs, you're not using this with the kakaban. They start to glue immediately. So you have to be very fast to steer them after you put the eggs and the sperm together. Then someone is always doing this, staying there and with a feeder and turn the eggs. Then we have done this, put to the eggs, and there was a request from you. We should not do this with water. Yeah, we should strip the fish in the completely dry bowl, then put the sperm and then we mix. And then we wait 2-3 minutes and say, okay, it's maybe fertilized now, then we can put in water. So we had the water, and immediately when you put water in, the eggs start to clump. This we could avoid. We have done this, we call it solution 1, to steer each other and then to wait 1 hour. But we could see that with the 3 trials, we had twice they were clumping anyway, because they say you have to pour this S1, this urea cell, slowly. 2 liters with the spoon, always to 1 liter egg. And I mean, this is around half an hour work. And then all the time you have to steer. This we have done. And then at the end, we had to wash it with a solution we call solution 2. And this was tannin. If you know, tannin is normally used for wine production, for some vaccines. You have to hold the all the ingredients in absent to each other, so they are not clumping. This we have used then, and we had done this in first and the second bowl. We had an hatching rate of 0, 5, and number 3. Again, 90% hatching rate, but this was due to the ladies, because they were more careful than we have been. They mixed it much better than the guys. So we were satisfied at the end, and this is an estimation from Vanyu. But actually we have, I saw also here, I saw at least 1 fish. So 1 of 5,000 is not a real hatching rate. We put this, then there was the problem in the hatchery E. So we put stripping and kakaban. To hatchery A. And this was very tricky because we weren't able to disinfect all of this. We have disinfected the all the water in hatchery A, but we couldn't, for instance, disinfect the kakaban at this time, because when you do this, then we didn't know the ppm amount we could give to this. Therefore, we decided to take the kakaban from B to E, and at the same time, when we put the kakaban in, we used Zanozil in a concentration of 40 ppm to the fiber tanks. So we thought we were on a safe side with kakaban first. Then we took eggs, which was not nice, and Wang Yu told that the hatch of the number 3, which 90% was more than the fish. We had 90% of the kakaban. So it was a huge advantage that we could strip the fish and use it also with Nazir. The thing is, when we put these 3 into sugar glasses, and I have known this from other opportunities, but I forgot. The next day, Wang Yu was looking for the fish, and he said, "Oh, the whole sugar glasses are covered with fume." I was thinking, okay, clear. We have some proteins in the water, and we have included oxygen, and it's like the sea. When you see all the foam at the sea, then they try to get rid of all the ingredients in the or whatever, but they do. And I said, okay, all the work done with the sugar glasses was not right. We have the foam away from the number 3, and with the whole sugar glass was full of small fish. The other one was a bit more. Then we tried to implement immediately this for the hatchery B. So we disinfected the kakaban. Wang Yu has taken it out in the sun again after 24 hours overnight to disinfect it again in the sun. And obviously successful. Then we took, and we had in all the vessels, we had 14 m of Zero 25 S. I'm always like to use this kind of disinfectant with the water with higher concentration, so we can do the adjustment ourselves. You can buy it in lower concentrations, but then have add more volume to the aquarium. The thing is, when we go to super glasses, which were 20 liters, then we had to include it to the 40% 0.8 milliliter. So this was the Zanozil itself is very expensive. I think steak is 5. For 25 million rupiah. So 6 million for 10 liters, which was our case in about. Because we said, okay, we want to do research, so lower it 40%, and then buy. So we have done more than the when you see the amount, you have to say, so the effect of
That's the big dots is fish eye. Oke. Itu adalah mata ikan. Hampir menetas. Ketika Anda bisa melihat matanya berarti kondisi telurnya hampir atas. Warnanya putih. Jika ada terlihat seperti lapisan warna putih, itu namanya corona, berarti si jamur sudah menginfeksi telur dan telurnya kemungkinan besar tidak menetas.
But in all of the water here, we stopped providing, but we have included here 40% ppm again before we put the eggs or before we put the larvae actually with the 20 liters into the 500 liters of the plastic fever tax. And that now we were looking for it. How further? The thing is, if we go further with damage, people able how they there was no problem, but from ice and fish, but
Akan tadi kalau kita menggunakan sanosil, tingkat hidupnya itu memang tinggi, bagus, imunitasnya tinggi, tetapi memang pertumbuhannya tidak sebagus seperti yang ada di luar. So what's your question? Excuse me. Oops. Watch out. Okay. Jadi bagaimana pendapat Bapak Ibu sekalian yang harus dilakukan? Apakah dengan memonitor penggunaan sanosil terhadap ikan ini atau dengan cara alternatif lain, entah itu berdua atau 4 hari sekali atau bagaimana supaya pertumbuhannya eh, seperti yang ada di open system. Jadi tindak lanjutnya seperti apa? Yang lebih baik yang mana? Mungkin Kang Wahyu bisa memberikan pengalamannya, Kang Wahyu, berdasarkan yang sudah pernah dilakukan. Thank you.
Siap-siap. Oke, Pak Sven. Eh, saya akan coba sharing ya Pak tentang jadi eh, pemberian sanosil itu bagus Pak. Jadi tidak tidak jadi bukan masalah sanosil apa tidak. Ini kalau pertumbuhan itu kan hubungannya dengan suplai nutrisi, suplai pakan terhadap pertumbuhan ikan. Jadi yang jadi masalah adalah kita harus mencari pakan yang bebas KHP, bebas penyakit, Pak. Jadi kita kan kalau di dalam itu pakannya harus free penyakit, bebas penyakit. Sementara kita punya pakan yang diproduksi di luar gitu, produksinya di luar ruangan sistem. Jadi kalau sanosil tidak ada hubungannya dengan pertumbuhan, tapi suplai kita akan kasih ke, ke, ke ikan yang benih yang pelihara di dalam itu jangankan misalkan telat ngasih makan misalkan pergantian dari artemia ke pakan selainnya, pakan selanjutnya itu pelan-pelan segala macam tapi harus bebas gitu Pak. Jadi harus free gitu.
Please translate.
Okay, the problem is not the sanosil to prevent the growth of the fish, but he said that we need to try the alternative of the live feed, like the artemia, the sterile. It's not infected by the KHV.
That's right. But do you think really we should follow up with Zanuzil producing fish which is not immune against the water bacteria?
Kalau begitu begini, gimana kalau begini Pak? Misalkan kita produksi pakan, misalkan pakan alami lah di luar gitu. Tapi direndam dulu sama sanosil. Karena kalau gak dikasih pakan alami, misalkan setelah ada ya tetap harus dikasih yang lain gitu Pak. Ini kita peliharanya di luar. Ini sebelumnya kita treatment dulu dengan sanosil misalkan kita produksi dagingnya dengan tanpa menggunakan kotoran ayam, misalkan dengan pupuk lah kimia Pak. Jadi dipelihara kan di luar open system dapurnya. Nah, tapi kita panen, setelah itu kita treatment dulu pakai sanosil misal. pakai apa namanya sanosil atau bahan kimia lain lah supaya steril gitu. Baru dikasih ke larva ke benih yang kita pelihara di dalam gitu. Supaya kan begini, supaya ikan itu nutrisinya itu tidak terhambat gitu Pak. Jadi harus dibedakan antara biosecurity misalkan dengan dia pakan. Jadi buat apa kita memperlakukan biosecurity tapi tidak memperhatikan nutrisi untuk pertumbuhan ikannya, itu kan percuma gitu Pak.
Wow, it's challenging. He said that what if we treat the Artemia live feed using sanosil, but we can jadi maksudnya kita treatment dulu si Daphnia-nya dengan menggunakan sanosil, and then we can feed the Daphnia to the fish or larvae in a closed system. Gitu.
You want to treat the fleas and the Daphnia with sanosil.
Yeah, so we can replace or not replace into Daphnia. Yeah. Because larvae needs more nutrition to grow.
When I have tried Artemia and Daphnia treat with sanosil, they all were killed. All the time, mati. Even 1 ppm.
Jadi kalau Daphnia-nya pakai sanosil mati gitu. The problem is we don't have virus-free feed, larvae feed.
But we don't know. We haven't checked.
We haven't checked. Kita belum mencoba. Yeah. Selama ini kita belum tahu.
When I see situation here and see the Daphnia, I see the Artemia, I think that there is recently no virus in the water. But of course, we have to wait for the results. What has happened, and when he wants to do this with sanosil, then the only way I know is to check every batch by PCR to look into the water by really very sensitive PCR like real-time PCR or nested PCR to check any batch and hold them before for feeding. This is the only way. Then you have both. You have the water and you have the animal, Daphnia or Artemia. But this is the only way I see.
Jadi satu-satunya ya kita memang harus mentreatment si makanannya ini dulu di awal sambil menunggu result, baru bisa diberikan. Ya, yeah. So includes that the feed from outside. We can use feed from outside, but we have to test it first, PCR, and wait for the result, and then we can use it. Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Yes, this is the way we do it, but it has to be a very sensitive test. Yeah, that we avoid to have false negative results.
Harus false itu. Ya, harus negatif hasilnya. Yeah.
And maybe you have to repeat it. I have done this to be really sure 5 times all the time.
Jadi harus diulangi 5 kali supaya pasti betul-betul bebas dari penyakit. 5 kali tes. 5 times.
Yes, from the same batch.
From
dari taking the samples at the same day at the same hour. 5 samples, and I've put 5 samples in. And if all these 5 samples were negative, then I said, okay, this batch is may be negative, because the negative result doesn't say that the virus is there.
Oke, jadi kalau negatif virusnya udah nggak ada, dan dari satu batch itu kita ambil sampelnya 5. Kalau dari kelima ini negatif berarti bisa dipastikan batch itu aman.
So, Wang Yu, you think Sanosil, we should use Sanosil further on? We should take Sanosil, Sanosil only to the Artemia or Daphnia, or to the fish. That's the question.
Jadi Sanosil ini untuk si Artemia, Daphnia, atau untuk ikan?
Sanosilnya begini Pak, jadi kan gini, kita kan sudah melakukan nih, sudah 7 hari pakai Artemia Pak, indoor. Nah, setelah Artemia 7 hari, kita kan langsung pakai Pengli Pak, langsung pakai Pengli.
After 7 days of Artemia feeding, we replace to Fengli. We move to Fengli.
This we can check before. Pengli we can check before, so we know it's in or not in.
Jadi si Pengli ini dicek dulu. So we need to check the Fengli first.
If we know that this is new from the company, so it's heated up and it's put in the biosecurity corner somewhere, then we know we can use it immediately. But if it's come from outside, was open, I would check it before.
Jadi kalau Fengli-nya ini dari luar terbuka gitu ya Bu, kita harus mengeceknya juga, begitu Bu?
Pertanyaan Bu. Jadi begini Bu, begini. Jadi kan begini, ya maaf ya, maksudnya gini, ini kan kendala utama Bu ya. Dalam sistem pembenihan, itu kalau tertutup, itu kita itu harus mempunyai sumber pakan alami kan Bu ya, pakan ya. Nah, sedangkan begini, kita itu pakannya itu ya Bu ya, sekarang mau bebas gimana, kan harus dari luar, tetap nggak bisa kita produksi dari dalam. Nah, sekarang kita mencoba begitu Artemia langsung ke Pengli. Nah, biasanya itu tidak bagus, hanya 5%. Sekarang pertanyaannya, kita harus menerapkan biosecurity yang baik, cuman hasilnya itu tidak bagus gitu, tidak kalau dengan hanya pakan yang kita punya sekarang gitu. Nah, solusinya itu apakah misalkan di mana lah itu misalkan di hatchery manapun yang mempunyai pakan yang sudah terstandar, yang sudah bebas gitu. Jadi bisa diterapkan di sini supaya SR-nya tuh tinggi. Nanti kan kita intinya kan kita miara ikan Bu, mau di dalam mau di luar gitu, sama aja. Yang penting ikan tuh hidup gitu. Nah, maksud saya tuh begitu.
Untuk yang pakan kalau Daphnia sekarang contohnya ya Wahyu, kemarin kita sudah coba Mbak Vera kan pakai pertama kan pakai kotoran ayam ya. Nah, tapi kotoran ayam itu Daphnia-nya bisa tumbuh bagus, banyak, tapi sama dengan hamanya juga tumbuh bareng kan? Ya. Pahit kan? Nah, kipahit itu lumayan lebih bersih daripada kalau pakai kotoran ayam ya toh. Nah, kipahit juga bisa tumbuh bagus ya. Kemudian kita coba pakai pupuk NPK, ya Mbak Vera, ya kita coba pakai NPK dibandingkan waktu itu pupuk cair, ya Mbak Vera, ya ternyata NPK lebih bagus dibandingkan pupuk cair. Jadi di NPK itu Daphnia tumbuh bagus, tapi masih lebih bagus kalau dengan kipahit, ya masih. Nah itu usaha kita untuk mengurangi kontaminasi sebetulnya Mas Wahyu. Ya, karena dengan NPK lebih bersih daripada kotoran ayam, gitu. Kemudian kalau dibandingkan kipahit juga mungkin lebih bersih NPK, gitu kan tujuan kita untuk mendapatkan itu. Nah, kemudian rencana kita waktu itu adalah mengkombinasi antara Artemia dan Daphnia yang berasal dari NPK. Ya, karena kan cukup bersih kalau dari NPK, tetapi NPK itu enggak banyak ternyata. Kalau misalnya dibandingkan dengan larva yang kita sudah punya, itu enggak masih kurang gitu ya. Jadi ya kemudian yang diperlukan untuk larva yang baru menetas itu adalah Daphnia yang ukurannya lebih kecil. Nah, itu kan kemarin kita harus cari yang ukurannya lebih kecil supaya sesuai dengan bukaan mulut larva ya kan. Nah, memang kendalanya banyak di situ, tetapi intinya kita memang harus cari pakan yang sesuai setelah artemia kan. Ya, artemia kemudian harusnya kan Moina dan Pengli ya, harusnya urutannya itu toh. Nah, tapi bagaimana caranya supaya kita aman itu tadi kalau Swen mintanya setiap kali itu harus tes PCR. Tes PCR supaya untuk memastikan dia tidak membawa KHV. Ya, tidak membawa KHV. Ya memang harus keluar ekstra ini ya untuk mendapatkan, tapi masih bisa untuk sebagai alternatif, tapi tetap harus dicek Wahyu, harus dicek karena supaya aman gitu.
Jadi walaupun Daphnia ini kita pakai pupuk kandang, contohnya ya Bu ya,
NPK.
ya NPK bisa untuk pakan ikan asalkan dites dulu ya.
Ya. Tapi masih lebih aman daripada kita menggunakan kotoran ayam ataupun kipait ya Mbak Vera ya. Maksudnya NPK lebih bersih dibandingkan yang itu, jadi mengurangi kontaminasi gitu.
Oke, sekarang saya harus ngasih makan dengan apa? Sekarang Bu, intinya yang sekarang real. Kan sekarang udah punya ikan nih kita.
Sekarang ya berarti tergantung Ibu Bos mau nggak artemia sampai 10 hari.
Nah, intinya kan
Nah, gini,
ikan
Pak Yu.
terus hidup nih, ikan
Ya.
terus hidup dan harus hidup, harus bertahan. Karena buat uji kan.
Iya.
Nah, wah itu takutnya gini, ini gak tumbuh, Bu. Nanti kan kalau ikannya mati ya gimana?
Iya.
Jadi saya tuh harus ngasih makan apa? Sekarang intinya seperti itu. Setelah 7 hari.
Setelah 7 hari.
Nah,
Kan ini lagi kita menunggu hasilnya tuh. Nanti Bu Lila dan Bu Hesi yang akan cek gitu. Kan kita sudah akan cek ini. Mudah-mudahan nanti Senin kita sudah tahu hasilnya ya, Hesi, Lila.
siap.
Nanti
Karena
kita
7 hari itu besok Bu, hari Rabu. Hari ini 7
katanya
hari.
artemia masih bisa 10 hari. Iya, pakai artemia dulu. Ya memang ini kita harus coba-coba Wahyu. Mohon maaf kita memang coba-coba karena kita waktu itu fokus ke membandingkan antara kakaban dan corong, sugar glass corong Pak Ibu. Jadi kakaban itu tradisional memang oleh pembudidaya kita kan pakainya kakaban. Nah, tapi beliau kalau di Jerman itu pakai sugar glasses, itu pakai corong, katanya dia lebih
penetasan ya Bu
lebih
ya.
bagus karena mengurangi kontaminasi jamur kan. Ya, tapi jadi kita kemarin uji coba pakai dua-duanya. Ya, tapi memang tetap lebih pakai corong, lebih bagus. Nah, sudah terbukti. Nah, sekarang kita fokus ke pakannya. Memang kita belum sampai ke situ. Beliau sudah pulang 1 bulan ya. Jadi kita sendiri yang harus proaktif, Ayu. Kayaknya kita harus coba-coba. Gak apa-apa, nasalnya kirim ke Bu Lila. Sepertinya gratis deh sama Bu Hesi. kan harus cek itu, harus cek untuk rutin untuk DNA, KHV sorry.
Kalau misalnya, so how much does it cost for the KHV testing? How much does it cost?
I don't know in Indonesia. Daisy? Hesi?
$300,000. It's like 150 US dollar. 300, no. 15 $15. Jadi 300.000 ya Mbak? Ya untuk 1 kali tes.
Because for the kit, we use the kit and another to extract the DNA of KHV. Yes. And more expensive. Real time is more expensive than conventional PCR. Yeah.
So it's for one sample.
Yes, for one sample. We can yes.
So is it open for every fish farmer?
Sample.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
Depot can use it.
Okay, it's quite expensive. Alternatively, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I mean, this would be actually a short period. Angela Bonana told me even that the 10 days you have to feed Artemia, then you have to feed Daphnia, and then you can take the flour, for the fish, and then you increase it every week, a bigger pellet, which is easier then. But if the providers of the food guarantee that it's KHV free, that then everything would be fine to me, because then they are on the plane. But nevertheless, that doesn't help the farmer. The question I have now, or I had to the audience, was, should we use Zanozil more to the fish to have the fish protected, or should we use the same as we have done, disinfecting the water and put the Daphnia in the disinfected water, or Artemia we have tested before? This would be possible, but I would like to mention that we have that we don't want to produce sterile carp, because sterile carp will not survive in the environment. This is my question. Would you follow up? Would all of you, would you follow up to use Zanozil once a week or twice a week? Or would you say, okay, once or twice in the whole hatching period is enough, is sufficient? Then we have to disinfect fish disinfected from outside. That's okay. The rest the fish has to do himself. Or should we leave it after the first treatment with Zanozil?
Wahyu, sepertinya nanti harus kerjasama dengan Mbak Vera. Jadi Pak, misalnya bagaimana membiakkan apa itu Daphnia, tapi airnya itu air yang sudah disanosil sebelumnya, kan cuma 8 jam ya. 8 jam setelah itu kan menguap itu jadi H2O2 dan O2. Setelah itu baru itu bisa enggak Mbak Vera? Kan kita belum pernah coba ya itu. Nah, kalau sudah itu kan kemungkinan air yang digunakan kan sudah tidak ada pencemar lagi ya. Sanosilnya juga sudah menguap. Tapi dia sudah bebas bakteri, jadi coba dipakai. Kita belum pernah nyoba itu, kemarin kan belum sempat fokus ke pakannya, kita fokusnya ke penetasannya, ke spawning.
Jadi menurut Bapak Ibu, sanosilnya ini bisa hanya cukup digunakan 1 kali saja dalam 1 kali sistem itu 1 minggu, atau 2 kali dalam 1 minggu, kira-kira.
Actually, that's a good idea, to be aware that the contamination for the fish can come from other sources than from water. Clear. It's a nice method, I would say. I don't know how expensive this is. There's one on-point PCR done by colleagues from Taiwan. They have a very small PCR cycler, and they have their own reagents. You put it in, and within 15 minutes you have the results. but I have no idea. I got it in the laboratory to check it. I don't know how much it costs. I have no idea. But it may be as more. This is normal to us. When you want to have one PCR, it's 15 euro. Want to have 10 PCRs, it's the first is 15 and the rest is 7. When you have 20 PCRs, then the first is 15, the second is 7, and the third rest is 2.5. So it's really increasing, but you don't need it much. Or I wouldn't recommend this to save the samples, because then you need the results before you use it for the fish. So to focus more on the food than on the fish, because we have done what we could do to the fish. Is it your impression? Are you?
He's okay right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I would go over to the second question. You have the system here established on Kakaban. You said that this is a kind of dialogue between and you now, but I would like to ask all the others as well. You said that the fish bred from the steering from the third steering was much more than from the Kakaban.
The fish stripping.
Yes, fish after stripping, and we mixed it all
Yeah,
the
we
time.
mixed.
They had a higher hatching rate than the fish with Zanosir and Kakaban, two Kakaban.
Ya, jadi fish yang setelah di stripping ada 90% itu tingkat penetasannya 90% dibandingkan dengan yang Kakaban dan compare to Sanosil and Kakaban. Ya, dibandingkan dengan Sanosil dan Kakaban.
Was Zanosir with the sugar glasses on, and the hatching rate from the sugar glasses from the steering, where we try to steer the eggs, was higher than
ya, jadi
was his estimation. Yeah.
Jadi seperti yang dibilang oleh Profesor Angela, jadi ya hatching rate dari sucker glass dan Sanosil lebih tinggi dibandingkan dengan Sanosil dan Kakaban.
We used the same, 2 male, 1 female was for the Kakaban and for the stripping.
For Kakaban 2 male.
2 male and 1 female, and for the stripping also.
Jadi 2 jantan dan 1 betina untuk Kakaban sama sisa kertas.
The question is, should we use your system with Kakaban, or should we go over to the stripping, knowing that stripping is much more work than with Carbex? With the total is different, but with Carbex is much more work to do.
Mungkin Profesor Angela bisa membantu.
Pertanyaannya, kan sudah menggunakan Kakaban yang didesinfeksi dengan Sanosil. Penetasannya 50% ya, 70 sampai 70%. Tapi kalau menggunakan sugar glasses corong itu 90% ya. Pertanyaannya nanti akan menggunakan yang mana? Yang pakai corong atau pakai Kakaban gitu pertanyaannya. Karena kalau Kakaban kan sudah biasa dilakukan di sini ya, mesti pakai Kakaban. Kira-kira nanti ke depan, ini bukan pertanyaan untuk Wahyu tapi untuk semuanya, kira-kira nanti tetap menggunakan Kakaban atau menggunakan corong?
Apakah corong harganya mahal? So is Zucker glass expensive compared to Kakaban? So if we don't have Zucker glass, is it possible to use other alternatives?
Yeah. You need these substances, and this is Actually, this is most expensive. Tannin acid. Yeah, was it? Was more expensive than the urea.
Ya. Lebih mahal ya Bu ya dibandingkan dengan si corongnya itu sendiri.
2 hours to make the eggs not gluing anymore. Yeah, with washing and waiting and washing and waiting and washing and waiting. But if you say, for the audience, it's good to have a higher amount of larvae afterwards, it's worth to do this.
Is it okay? Okay.
I mean, it worked fine to me, but you have seen when I was steering all the time was Tanyang, we were not that careful as the ladies have done it. And when you stop this and not pouring in an adequate moment the solution 1, 2, then the eggs clump. And I was going in with a hand to declump the eggs, but not the other one. They have really used very small portions and then was steering all the time. So it's around half an hour to put in this 3 liters and then wait 1 hour and then wash, do again, wash, do again, wash, do again. And at the end, we had a good product, but not in our work, but in the work of the ladies. So it's 2 hours more work and it's more expensive, but you get more fish.
Memang lebih mahal, tapi ikan yang dihasilkan juga lebih banyak. So the way you stir the eggs, does it affect the production of the hatching rate?
Obviously not. The opposite is that you get more. I didn't expect this, but when you said I had never seen that much big hatching rate before from the sugar glasses.
Jadi tidak masalah ya, caranya mengaduk-ngaduk telur itu tidak masalah, tidak mempengaruhi jumlah produksinya. Okay, I think we can move on.
Again, sorry.
We can move on to.
This. Okay. So we have clarified this. So I would like to conclude. At first, we can't put Sanosil to Daphnia or Artemia, but we can use Sanosil for the water.
Ini kesimpulan yang pertama, Sanosil untuk Artemia dan Daphnia, but Sanosil for water, into the water.
Yes. And what we can do as well is that we do first PCR. Actually, you can pool different charges from Artemia, different charges from Daphnia together, and then you can pool it. We do actually pool. Yeah, we take from 10 Daphnia, from 10 Artemia samples, take samples and put all together, so we have 10 times more success to find or not to find it in the eggs by PCR. And I would recommend to use the qPCR. There's a quantitative PCR. Is more expensive. I think we pay €25. But if you have 10 included, more the possibility to take this for the feeding. No? Okay. when you make 10 pools of Artemia, and or 10 big tank Artemia, 10 big tank Daphnia, she has a
So
lot of,
each 10.
yeah, and then you take samples from these 10. Then you have a pool of 10. And this is one sample. You have Artemia, 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 and then you make in one pool.
One pool.
Yes, one
10 Artemia.
you can put it in one, and then you do 10 times. So you have actually when you need this, have 100 samples in one pool. So you decrease the number of PCRs, you decrease the number you spend for the you have to spend, but at the same time you increase the sensitivity. You decrease also the sensitivity.
Jadi maksudnya profesor ini 10 kali Artemia ya Bu ya, 10 untuk 10 sampel Artemia itu merupakan digabungkan menjadi satu, sama dengan satu sampel dihitung, dikolek. Iya ya, jadi bisa mengurangi biaya untuk sampel PCR ya.
I'm looking recently for possibility to decrease the prices for the PCRs. This is quite expensive. Let's see, yeah. So you can do pools, the same you can do for Daphnia. If you have go into pools where the Daphnia is, take the samples, put all in one, and send it for check. Knowing that most of those ones here, I think they are in flow through, aren't they? Are they in flow through, or you have it water and filled and that's it?
Airnya mengalir atau di sini? Air diendapkan. Not flowing water. It's not flowing water.
It's not.
Doesn't flow. The water doesn't flow.
So it's static. Possibility to take up, and then you wait 1 week for the results. It's the same as before, because when you have flow through, then within 1 day it can be different. That's why this is the best to make pools from this. What you want to use, give it for the PCR, get the results, and then you can use it in the disinfected water. This will be the easiest way, yeah, to be sure, or to make as sure as possible that we don't have contamination with KHV. I think.
Statis water atau yang diendapkan ini lebih baik ya digunakan dibandingkan dengan air yang mengalir untuk menghindari kontaminasi.
And the second question I asked was, I hope the audience can follow us, is stripping is better than kakaban?
Apakah stripping lebih baik dibandingkan kakaban? Ya.
Yes.
Kenapa, Bu? Yeah. So the question is, which one is better between stripping and kakaban?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jadi mungkin yang dimaksud kakaban di sini adalah alami ya, pemijahan alami ya, natural breeding by using kakaban, then using the stripping method.
Yeah.
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 Their answer is stripping is better than kakaban. Yeah.
But kakaban is more convenient.
Apa kakaban lebih nyaman, lebih sederhana dibandingkan dengan stripping? Yeah, kakaban is more simpler or convenient than the stripping, but the production is more we use stripping.
Yeah, because I saw that he has done thorough by stripping. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, yeah, but the kakaban is only used for carp.
Ah,
Only
okay.
carp.
It's only for carp. Hanya untuk carp. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
He said
okay.
that Torsorow's egg doesn't stick to the kakaban.
Okay. Okay. This is very to know. We will think about the possibility solutions for the PCRs with a colleague. Recently, I have only this pool as a solution. The thing is, thank you very much first for your participation here. This is a conclusion for this. We stopped the delivery of Zanazil to the fish, try to do this with the water, and then we have actually, when we disinfect the 3 ponds in front, then we can do this one day, and then we can use this water for a longer time. Yeah, to fill up the people, knowing that there is also developing some bacteria, some I don't know, some to make the larvae stronger. Yeah, everything what is not fitting to the larvae, we make them stronger, powerful.
Oke, jadi ketika airnya sudah disinfek, digunakan untuk keperluan hatching berikutnya. Dan semakin itu steril, berarti larvanya akan semakin kuat. Immune competent carp.
So we start to produce immune competent carp. Immune competence does mean that the carp is older than approximately 4 weeks, or it's between 2.5 or to 5 centimeter. Is it right? Panyu? Is it right? It's a 4-week immune competent carp. It's after 4 weeks when we have to feed Artemia, Daphnia, and then flower. And then start to give bigger pellets. Then the carp is starting to be immune competent after 4 weeks or 2.5 to 5 centimeters. This size. Yeah? Can you read it? This is based on my experience that the carp is getting immune competent when the size is above 2.5 centimeters. Before the carp is getting tolerant against different agents in the water.
So do you mean more than 2.5 centimeters?
Yes.
The immunity of carp is getting stronger.
They have the innate immunity before, but they can start with the adaptive immunity after they reach around 2.5 centimeters. Okay. Yeah, you know, the immune system needs a development, and the larvae don't need, because they have the yolk sac, and then they get the artemia, and then with the artemia they start to immune need to a certain size to be immune competent.
Ya, jadi dari semenjak dia masih menggendong yolk sac atau kantung kuning telur, ya sampai dengan dia makan artemia itu masih aman. Lalu dia masih membangun imunitasnya, tapi setelah dia mencapai 2,5, dia sudah mencapai titik imunitasnya.
because I'm trying to mention this now, that we can immunize the carp not before they're getting immune competent. Before is nonsense. That is for nothing, because they can't react because their immune system is not completely developed.
Jadi sebelum 2,5 ini imunitasnya sebetulnya belum lengkap.
Because first, when the carp is immune competent, we can start the vaccination. Knowing that we need some time afterwards, that the carp is developing the immunity against the disease. And there was one use estimation. I said that the carp need at least 4 weeks or 2 to 5 centimeters. Then they are for sure immune competent.
Jadi antara 2 sampai 2 itu sudah mencapai titik imunitasnya.
And if this has happened, we can start the vaccination, and we want to vaccinate the carp where we really have in the hatchery A against KHV. Actually, against HVD, the disease.
So after the size reach the 2 and 2.5 centimeters, we can start to vaccinate them.
What we want to do then is oral vaccination. Oral vaccination we have developed for different things, but also for KHV. And we need here over 3 days (10 to the 3). So we will develop, or we will deliver, sorry, to the carp 3 times 10 to the 3 TCID50, knowing that carp get around 3 times feed a day. So we take this morning normal feed, then we stop, and the vaccine has the same coloration than the pellets. We feed this pellet, and this way, this is a good way they do here. They provide the pellets to the carp in the ponds as long as they take it, and then they stop it. So the pollution coming from the food is very weak here in this. So that's why I said the behavior of the people here is amazing good for the vaccination. So we want to have that one animal gets 3 pellets per vaccination day. 3 pellets vaccination day. So of course we have to more. At least 3 pellets. Does also mean that some of them get 20, some of them get 1, and most of it get 5. So for the amount of pellets they get, it doesn't matter, because we have checked the 100 times, the 100 doses in this, and there's good for the fish, but the bargain for the company who's providing. So we assume that we go over 3 days, 10 to the 3, so there's 1,000 parts per milliliter in the pellet, which is consisting around 100 microliters. That does mean that we need for the vaccine production 10 to the 4. So we reduce 10 times. So this we do, and then we wait all the time. This is number A, and then we do B again, but 35 days later. 25 days later, to let the fish get the immunity, to develop the immunity. And this wise, and then we know the fish is immune, and then 35 days later, we can give the fish out in the pond. Then there is no danger anymore regarding KHV.
So there are tools by applying oral vaccination. The first one is 3-day by using pellets, and the second time after 35 days. Again.
Over 3 days. Yeah, in the morning feed, then vaccination, then feed. Next day, feed, vaccination, feed. Then the day after, feed, vaccination, feed. And then wait 35 days.
Not all the feeding activities injected by a vaccine. Not three times of feeding activities in one day injected by.
You can on tomorrow. Okay. You can have possibilities to immunize the fish, but
Sure.
This is the easiest one for the fish and for the farmer.
Okay. So after 35 days, the fish can be released into the pond.
Yes, they are immune against KHV.
Jadi setelah 35 hari ikannya bisa ditebar ke kolam berikutnya, bebas penyakit KHV.
Then of course we will have antibodies against KHV in the fish which are vaccinated. And those antibodies we can't discriminate from nature.
So by using the oral vaccination, how much in your opinion the fish can take the pellets or the vaccination by using the oral vaccination itself?
They can eat whatever they wish. Doesn't matter. Because they will deliver it to the gut. The gut will take it out, and then the antigen is in the fish, and then the fish can develop the antibodies. But the antibodies we got from the vaccination, we can't discriminate from the antibodies. They are done by let's call this wild type virus, which is in the nature and infecting the fish. We can avoid that if they're around. We can't avoid the fish will infect it with it. Vaccination does not mean like in human, in fish, that you prevent a new entrance of the same agent. No, this is not happening in fish.
So is there any possibilities that there are more fish or a few fish don't eat the pellets?
You know, when the fish is attracted to the pellets, then they are hungry like hell to any feeding time. You will see. You go to a pond at the feeding time and they will come. Doesn't matter what. And they will eat everything.
Jadi ikan yang diberi vaksin dengan menggunakan pelet ini pasti semuanya makan. Gak ada yang gak makan pelet. Gitu. Jadi udah dipastikan mereka sudah menerima vaksin itu dari pelet yang dimakan.
You know, this is a kind of Pavlov reflex, you know? Pavlov, you go to a dog and provide meat. Every time, same time. Yeah, 2 or 3 times a day. And then you go without feed at the same time. You start to drip. Because you're waiting for the,
Okay.
Yeah, this is Pavlov.
Watering
Pavlov
the
reflex, yeah. And the same you can do in fish. No problem.
Okay.
And this will be the end of our work here, that we have KHV-free but vaccinated fish. And this can be followed up for a lot of different farms in Indonesia, their own KHV-free carp, which is maybe immunized. I would recommend the immunization KHV have everywhere in Indonesia, and or which can be specialized to producing KHV-free carp to deliver this. There are 2 directions now.
Jadi selain keuntungan setelah diberikan vaksinasi ini adalah benih yang dihasilkan itu bebas dari KHV virus, lalu benih juga mempunyai antibodi terhadap KHVD, terhadap penyakit KHV. Dan ada beberapa tempat di Indonesia yang terus memproduksi benih yang bebas KHV dan didistribusikan.
This is what I wanted to present. Thank you for your participation.
Springtime.
Springtime now. And thank you for your help. It's very important, you know, I don't want to propose anything which is not practicable. That's nonsense. Yeah, you have to agree with the thing we are doing, that we don't do nothing. Because we can do it and say, oh, come on, leave it. We don't need it. Sorry, I'm starting to speak fast English again. Sorry. But then I'm at the end. I don't have to tell anything more today. I will do tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you for your informative presentation, Professor Bregman. So we are entering into the Q&A session. Is there any question? Apakah ada yang mau bertanya lagi tentang produksi benih bebas KHV? Ya, Mbak Fida.
Thank you, Tuen, for the. I'd like to ask about maybe 3. How about if we have fish and the age is less than 4 weeks, but the size is 2.5 centimeters? Is it applicable for us to give the vaccine? Okay. And this is oral vaccination. How about the effectivity? Because in oral vaccination, there is digestive system. Is it influenced by that? And number 3 is about the protection. How long it will be protect our fish? Okay, mau tes out.
Thank you for the question. We have tested both. We have tested that we need at least 3 times 10 to the 3. We, of course, I will show tomorrow. We have done injection, spray immunization, and all the others. The most effective is the injection, of course. But then you have to inject 100,000 fish. You get crazy. Yeah. So the best is to have the immersion or the oral vaccination. You can overlay, but most effective with the strongest immunity was amazingly the oral vaccination for whatever. I will show tomorrow how we could discover it, and the protection rate was amazingly 100%. Every time we have done this. It was normally, I will show tomorrow as well. We have inactivated vaccines and all this, and the surviving rate was always between 60 and 58% only. Here we always had 100%. We have done 2 different viruses. I will only present 2 viruses tomorrow, and the artificial produced virus where we had induced the same deletion. We'll see tomorrow, and the same size also brought between 89 and 100% protection rate by really hard challenge with 10 to the 4, 10 to the 5, 10 to the 6 TZD50 immersion, not injection, immersion. I mean, the Chinese, they like to do injection, but I don't like this because this is not natural. Natural is the virus in the water, and the fish is immune, and the fish should swim in the water, should be infected by knowing that they have 2 viruses at the end, but it doesn't matter because they have no developed disease. So we were amazed about the results anyway. That's why we proposed to do this, and we have done this for other virus diseases, and it works for hell ever. That's okay? It's okay, yeah? Good. Good. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Mas Singgih, thank you Professor. Mas Singgih bisa dibuka kolom chatnya, soalnya nggak bisa tulis pesan di situ. Chatnya masih disable, bisa.
Is there a question in the
Yeah,
chat?
I'm trying to enable the chat
Okay.
column. Belum bisa. Bapak Ibu yang dari virtual meeting bisa langsung menanyakan aja kalau misalnya ada pertanyaan. Bisa langsung ditanyakan atau bisa taruh di kolom komen. Atau Bapak Ibu yang di sini masih ada yang ditanyakan? From Tanjung.
Thank you, Prof. What do you think about how if we give vaccination in broadstock and the Fingerlin maybe can have maternal immunity for KHV and how long it can be survive the immunity, I mean, in the Fingerlin, and when we need to vaccination again and or booster. The booster, I mean. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, yeah. Thank you for the question. Of course, they have, when one of the parents, or actually from the mother, when she was infected, then she will deliver antibodies by Yorksec. But the Yorksec is done within 2 to 3 days. So it's like you get colostrum, and then you have to build your own immunity. Then it's gone. It's a passive immunization with the Yorksec IgM. 3 days, and then it's done, and then it's nothing anymore. Then fish is not immune competent, so it's coming to 2. I mean, this is the estimation, 2.55 centimeters and immunized, and then they start with antibodies. Yeah, not before and not after, and you immunize the fish when they may eat the pellets, but they don't eat when they have the Yorksec at all. Then you only will grab the Yorksec. The fish will not do anything.
Okay. Let's see from the online participants. There's still no question, so I'm gonna ask Professor. Oh, yeah.
I want to ask about disinfectant. Is it effective if we use one type or the same disinfectant continuously, or is it necessary to change disinfectant with other active ingredients periodically to prevent microbial resistance? If necessary, how often?
Thank you very much. This is the advantage of this method we have used. There can't be resistance because the only thing what they produce, the sanosil or other stabilized H2O2s, is O2 radicals, and there is no immunity against O2 radicals. They produce time, and then these radicals kill or destroy the membranes of the bacteria, of the viruses, even when you have parasites, ectoparasites. We haven't checked this for endoparasites, but for ectoparasites, it's very nice helping against, for instance, the Escherichiasis. Wonderful. It's wonderful working, but you have to find the ppm amount for each fish species. They may be vary. I can put to old carp, I can put 60 ppm. There's no problem. And we hope we had this over 4 months. Every day we delivered. Yeah, knowing that after 8 hours it's gone. Then we and these they survive this 4 months. The big fish in absolutely sterile water. Yeah, when we delivered and put in also water, then everything is gone. This was the experiment we have done according to request from the koi farmers. They say, okay, we buy koi in Japan, we buy koi in Israel, we buy koi in Malaysia, we buy koi in Indonesia. Then we over Singapore, we bring it to Germany or to Europe somewhere, and then we put all together. And said we need something which is really able to avoid that the fish is infecting each other's. And there we used this. There was this time was this Huvazan, but it's the same, 3 times more in price. But we could avoid that there was infectious KHV in the water, even knowing that we have infected fish with non-infected fish, and then we checked this by antibodies, and we could show that there was no virus transferred to fish without KHV. We labeled the fish that we know which fish was what, and then we could see we could find the KHV in the droplets, but the droplets also were in a disinfected environment, so they couldn't have infectious virus anymore. But the PCR was reacting because PCR is DNA only, but it doesn't mean when we have DNA that we have infectious virus. So you can't have what is called this. You can't have that they get. Oh, I forgot the name. That they get resistant, but at the same time, it's possible to use it all the time. Yeah, that continuously. But I would prefer here in the hatchery to use it once every 14 days. You have to clean the water a little bit and leave it as this to have the developing immune competence from the fish directly to the bacteria in the water. So they will come later on outside of the hatchery in spring water, so it's the same condition, but at the same time they will get some water from the river, so they have to adapt to the river bacteria as well. So this will be much more quick than without the treatment. Much quicker, not much more quick. It's quick.
Thank you for the explanation, Professor. Any more questions? So Professor, if I'm acting as a fish farmer, traditional fish farmer, I would like to apply the biosecurity into my unit, and also would like to vaccinate my fingerlings, my fish. So does it cost me a lot, or is it affordable enough?
What the I mean what the vaccine costs, and I know what the biosecurity costs approximately. Vaccine, we said, okay, this is 3 cents per fish. This is a vaccination, and 3 euro cents. Sorry, this is, don't kill me, 2,000.
2,000.
2,000 rupiah.
2,000 rupiah.
Yeah, maybe. I have to check this. I'm not good at mathematics. What is 3 euro cent in rupiah? What? 1,000 rupiah, yeah. So it's 1,000 rupiah per fish. This is for the vaccine, but there must be one precaution. The fish which shall be vaccinated should be free of KHV. Otherwise, I have no idea what when the fish was infected before, what the wild type virus is doing fish when Delta virus and the vaccine virus coming together. So the only precaution is the fish, it's free of KHV. Then you can do with immunization whatever you wish. But it should be immune competent and free of KHV. I know what the Zanusir is, but you can disinfect the water also with Virkon A, Virkon S. The problem is that when you do this, disinfect the water with the fish.
Not for the fish. Excuse me?
Not for with the other disinfectant you can use, but also formalin. But then you should take the fish out before, so it's a pure water disinfection. Actually, when you use Zanusir, this is a kind of treatment. You disinfect the water and treat at the same time the fish.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
One question more, Young? No, it's fine. There's a nice song from Eric Clapton. They said it's time to go home now.
So is it the only method to do fish oral?
No.
Okay.
There are much more, but then you need a lot of people. That to do.
Oke, jadi metode untuk vaksinasi ikan masih ada di jadi ikan Bapak Ibu semua untuk tetap di hari kedua workshop. Okay. If there's no question, so we can wrap up this session. And hopefully, thank you very much for your valued knowledge sharing to all of us, for the participants. I hope that every participant finds this material, this discussion beneficial and knowledgeable. So we still will see Professor Sven Bergman tomorrow, and make sure you attend the participants attends the workshop tomorrow. Thank you very much, Professor Sven Bergman.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Dan saya kembalikan kepada Mbak MC yang cantik, and I will pass it on our Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Terima kasih Mbak Christina. Thanks very much Profesor Sven. Alhamdulillah kegiatan hari pertama ini berjalan dengan lancar dan diskusinya sangat menarik sekali. Semoga besok banyak lagi pertanyaan-pertanyaan karena materi untuk besok itu sangat menarik sekali. Kita lebih kepada vaksinasi. Jadi Bapak dan Ibu, kami mohon untuk kehadirannya besok di sini, di ruangan ini pada pukul 9 pagi. Kita akan mengikuti satu materi lagi dari Profesor Sven. Kemudian akan field test. Kita akan ke hatchery di belakang. Nanti akan ada hatchery yang sudah didesain sesuai dengan SOP yang sudah Profesor Sven buatkan. Kalau tidak salah nanti kita ke arah biosecurity ya, Bu Vida ya, di belakang. Itu nanti pada pukul siang. Baik Bapak dan Ibu, kegiatan pertemuan, kegiatan workshop yang sudah dilaksanakan dari pagi hingga sore hari ini berjalan dengan lancar. Saya tutup. Dan kami minta untuk Bapak dan Ibu, dan begitu juga Bapak dan Ibu yang mengikuti secara daring, besok Zoom meeting sudah mulai dibuka pukul 8.30, karena acara akan kita mulai pada pukul 9 pagi. Akhir kata saya ucapkan wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Izin live.
Besok Zoom linknya masih sama ya?
Masih.
Masih,
Ya.
ya. Jadi untuk Bapak Ibu ya untuk bisa mendapatkan sertifikat, harap besok untuk dapat mengisi presensi di hari kedua dan masih menggunakan link Zoom yang sama. Terima kasih.